Here's another way to think about wealth and income inequality: average CEO to average worker pay. In 2013, these were the figures: Japan, 11 to 1, Germany, 12 to 1, France, 15 to 1, Canada, 20 to 1, UK, 22 to 1, Mexico, 47 to 1, US, 475 to 1. J.P. Morgan, at the turn of the last century, said if this ratio ever got above 10 to 1, there would be enormous outpourings of rage on the streets. Don't really see it? See it a little bit in France, yellow vests, but the US population is a little more quiescent. Let's also look briefly at this picture on the global scale, where globalization was supposed to raise all boats. In 2012, the bottom 99.9% of the global population had about 19% of the global wealth. Conversely, the top 0.1% owned 81%, with a full 30% owned by the top 0.01%. Maybe not that equitable. Another way to think about this, which also just came out recently: the 8 richest individuals now own as much wealth as the bottom 50% of the world population, so there may be a little unrest at some point. The World Bank, and a number of other analysts, makes the claim that one of the achievements of capitalism in its neoliberal, globalized form has been to raise enormous numbers of people out of poverty. And in some absolute sense, that is true. It is true that in some absolute sense, more people are out of poverty than, say, in 1800, but it's a very complicated notion. A recent article in The Economist describes the reasons why poverty reduction is so very difficult to assess. The statistics are very difficult to collect, and poverty, as a concept, is very difficult to define. I now want to move on to some other effects of neoliberal globalization. An interesting one that we've talked about a very little bit: life expectancy in the US has now fallen, I think now for the 3rd year in a row. In 1960, Americans had the highest life expectancy, 2.4 years higher than the average for the OECD. But the US started losing ground in the 1980s. US life expectancy fell below the OECD average in 1998, plateaued in 2012, and is now 1.5 years lower than the OECD average. This is unheard of in a developed country. It simply can't happen. In 2015 alone, more than 64,000 Americans died from drug overdoses, exceeding the number of casualties in the Vietnam War. Also exceeding the number of casualties and fatalities from auto accidents. Between 1999 and 2014, the suicide rate rose by 24%. These deaths of despair, as the British Medical Journal describes it, and I would also refer you back to the piece that we looked at from the UN, Philip Alston, the UN Commission on Human Rights, are disproportionately affecting white Americans, especially adults aged 25 to 59, those with limited education, and women. The sharpest increases are occurring in rural counties, often in regions with long-standing socio-economic challenges, some of the places where certain voters are being located. Possible explanations: collapse of industries and the local economies they supported, erosion of social cohesion, and greater social isolation. These are all speculations from the British Medical Journal based on their data. Other factors include economic hardship and distress increasing among white workers over losing job security, educational performance weakening, social divides widening. Middle-class incomes have stagnated. Poverty rates in the US are now exceeding those of most rich countries. These again are some of the results of the Philip Alston report. Social contract is weaker than in other countries. Those in need have less access to social services, healthcare, or the prevention and treatment of mental illness and addiction. Another effect is the commercialization of everything, as we've already talked about, including privatization of all forms of common goods, intellectual property, patents and copyrights, indigenous knowledge, commercialization of governance and politics. All of which are forms of primitive accumulation or accumulation by dispossession that I talked about earlier. During the neoliberal period, there have been many episodes of economic instability, exactly what the Keynesian approach was designed to prevent, so there's been rampant financial speculation. We had commodity and asset bubbles of various kinds, the savings and loan scandal of the 80s, the dot-com crash of the 90s, the 2008 financial and housing crisis, only the latest instance. These kinds of cyclical crises are things that the Keynesian approach was meant to dampen down. The set of effects that I want to talk about a little bit is the idea of surplus and disposable populations, and I'll talk about it more next week. In part, this phenomenon is a result of the dominance of finance capital. That is, that you can produce profits of a certain kind without producing. In fact, the economist Kostas Lipovitsas has written a book with that title, Profiting Without Producing. Finance capital is increasingly divorced from the real economy. Profits come increasingly from fictitious commodities and rent, either transaction costs or fees or a whole number of other things. It's a form of cheating that Marx tried to avoid in his analysis. That is, you get it from one person, but it's a zero sum. Somebody else loses. There's no additional value produced. One result is then the production of more and more surplus people. They're not needed as workers because of automation, because of outsourcing, because of profits without production, because of all kinds of other things. If they're not needed as workers, because you're not producing much, you're using the finance system to develop profits, then they're not capable of consumption. What happens to them? They become part of a global reserve army of labor. They do serve some purposes, one of which is to exert downward pressure on wages. Another is to discipline the continuing workforce. That is, if you know there are a bunch of unemployed people out there, you're likely to be quite compliant. The remaining work is more and more precarious and casual. Many of the new jobs created since the 2008 crash, in which 9 million jobs were lost in the US, are low-wage, part-time, no benefits. We see the rise of the so-called gig economy, which is now characterized as something that's desirable for people. What to do with the surplus? They're no longer needed as workers, can't use them as consumers, because they don't have any expendable income. Instead of a war on poverty, we now have a war on the poor. One option, you may make money off their bodies through things like mass incarceration. Very lucrative. Prison industrial complex, local, state, federal private prisons. Debtor prisons have come back. You need throughput if you're in this business, so you need prisoners. How do you get them? You invent new crimes. A prime example, the war on drugs. Anybody who says the war on drugs has been a failure doesn't understand it, doesn't understand what it was for. It's a genocide, basically. It's the removal of young men, particularly young men of color, from the society because they're not productive as either workers or consumers, supposedly. Also, things like detention before deportation, which is tremendously on the rise. And the deportation circuit, which was cruel enough as it was, we now detain people and they become the fodder for these private detention prisons. The companies that run these often profit twice, once for the housing of prisoners in and of itself, the second time, if they can actually use those incarcerated as a very cheap labor force. Petty fees and fines that many police forces now rely upon for their own sustenance. When these specious fees can't be paid, the debtors are now ending up in jail or prison and feed the cycle. As I've discussed several times now, because of the present neoliberalized, globalized, financialized nature of capitalism, nation-states can no longer ensure the economic welfare of their citizens, which was a powerful basis of state legitimacy, and therefore hegemonic governance. So now they need a new basis for state legitimacy. That new basis is what the readings by Bauman this week and Henry Giroux are talking about, is a move from a welfare state to a garrison state. State legitimacy is now increasingly based on protection from dangerous others. The need to maintain a climate of fear becomes an essential part of that. Endless enemies. In the foreign sphere, historically, this enemy has been communism. More recently it shifted to terrorism, immigrants and refugees, and so forth. On the domestic scene, people of color, young, old, LGBTQ communities, differently abled. That film that I showed about the Pentagon's view of the populace, which requires a militarized response, that approach has now migrated into domestic policing. And if you have a military outlook, the people you're interested in now look like an enemy. One crucial political and economic effect of all of this is to divide and conquer the population and prevent them from seeing bases for coalition. That is, you keep people distracted from what's producing all of these problems. In the post-2008 period, which I, along with analysts, am calling the period of gangster capitalism, a number of the trends I've described tonight have ramped up. Some of these we'll discuss in the next couple of weeks, but I just want to enumerate a few things happening on the deregulation front, where current neoliberal warriors have been quite active in the past couple of years. These include: deregulation casualty number 1, workers' health and safety. Deregulation casualty number 2, workers' wages. Deregulation casualty number 3, workers' savings. Deregulation casualty number 4, workers' safety nets. Deregulation casualty number 5, pay equity. Deregulation casualty number 6, workers' rights to organize and join a union. Deregulation casualty number 7, consequences for employers who violate workers' rights. Finally, where to from here? As Marx and Engels declare in the Communist Manifesto, class struggles must end in either a revolutionary constitution of society at large, or the common ruin of the contending classes. Rosa Luxemburg, based on Karl Koskai's formulation, as things stand today, capitalist civilization cannot continue. We must either move forward into socialism or fall back into barbarism, neither of which is inevitable. In response to all these things that we've been talking about, there has clearly been a rise of social movements in reaction to neoliberalism, globalization, financialization, the antagonisms between capitalism and the rest of the world, between capitalism and the environment. One question is, what are these groups doing? And the related question, which comes back to this issue of socialism or barbarism, is, what will be the state and elite response? Will elites change and accept, or will they move to further and more brutal repression? I'll leave it at that. Chomsky Lecture, February 14, 2019. One recurrent theme through our whole discussion has been hegemonic common sense, how it gets established, how difficult it is to extricate oneself from the spider's web. One way to explore these issues is simply to take a look at the morning's newspaper and ask yourself what was unsaid, what it wouldn't do to say, to borrow Orwell's phrase once again. It's a useful exercise. I'll give a couple of examples. Let's start with today, with the lead story in the New York Times, front page story. It says that U.S. cyberwar attacks are disabling satellite launches in Iran. It also mentions that the Pentagon has determined that a cyberwar attack is an act of war that justifies a military response in retaliation, though no one would say, or think, that the right extends to Iran. Of course, there is a pretext for the cyberwar attack in this case. The pretext is that the satellite launchers have a dual-use capacity. They could also be adapted to send off missiles, so therefore it is legitimate to carry out an act of war to disable them. Well, putting aside the credibility of the pretext, let's turn to another example, which is certainly very well known to the writers, editors, readers. The United States has ABM installations on the border of Russia. Russia argues that these have a dual-use capacity, that they can easily be adapted for first-strike missiles, which would have a devastating impact on Russia, vastly beyond anything even imaginable in the Iran case. The Russian claims are simply dismissed if even mentioned, though not by everyone. For example, not by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, the leading scientific journal in the United States that deals with military issues. Take a look at their lead story in this month's edition. It is a detailed discussion by a well-known specialist, Theodore Postal of MIT, of how the US ABM systems on Russia's borders can easily be adapted to first-strike weapons. Suppose that Russia decided to carry out a cyber war attack disabling US ABM installations on its borders. We don't have to actually speculate on what would happen, because there wouldn't be anybody around to care one way or another. Well, those are all things that it wouldn't do to say or think when you write the front page article, or when the editor allows it, or when people read it. You might take a look at comments. I didn't bother, but I doubt that there will be any that bring up these elementary points. A homework exercise. Let's take another example, from yesterday's New York Times, another front page story, a long and interesting one, worth some thought. The headline is Congress poised to help veterans exposed to burn pits over decades of war. The article opens by quoting a veteran who reports that everywhere he went in Iraq during his year-long deployment, saw the burning trash pits. Sometimes, like in Ramadai, they were as large as a municipal dump, filled with abandoned or destroyed military vehicles, synthetic piping, and discarded combat meals. Sometimes he tossed garbage on them himself. The smell was horrendous. This has had a toxic effect on U.S. soldiers, who are demanding medical treatment and compensation. The article quotes Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota, now running for president. "This is our generation's Agent Orange," she said, adding that she's already got some legislation passed on burn pits and has more on the horizon, motivated, like many members of Congress, by stories of affected constituents. Representative Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat from Hawaii, helped sponsor legislation to evaluate the exposure of service members to toxic chemicals. That's all at the progressive end of the political spectrum. Is there something it wouldn't do to say? Can you think of something missing from this account? Well, yeah, two things. Iraqis and Vietnamese. They are unworthy victims, to borrow the phrase of an old friend and colleague who passed away recently, Edward Herman. He made a distinction between worthy victims, whose fate matters, victims of enemy states, and unworthy victims, whose fate doesn't matter, are victims. A very useful distinction, with broad range and incisive significance. Klobuchar made an analogy to Agent Orange, a reference to the Vietnam War. In Vietnam, there was a vast campaign of chemical warfare. It began with John F. Kennedy's escalation of the attack on South Vietnam as soon as he took office. The goal of the chemical warfare was to destroy crops and livestock. Along with the heavy bombing of rural areas, which was intended to drive the population into what were called strategic hamlets, essentially, concentration camps surrounded with barbed wire. The official goal was to protect them from the guerrillas whom the US government knew very well they were supporting. All of this is straight from official government documents and officials, no commie rats or journalists spouting fake news in the failing lamestream media. Altogether, there were some 20 million gallons of herbicides that saturated much of the country at an intensity that's utterly unimaginable, apart from unworthy victims. Mostly Agent Orange, that's why the reference. Agent Orange has a component, dioxin. It was known by the manufacturers of Agent Orange and by the US government that dioxin is one of the most severe carcinogens. It also has very harmful effects on reproductive and immune systems. Now, quoting again, the evidence is overwhelming. Vietnamese soldiers, from both sides, with perfectly healthy children before going to fight, came home and sired offspring with deformities and horrific illnesses. Villages repeatedly sprayed have exceptionally high birth deformity rates, and our own Department of Veterans Affairs now lists 14 illnesses presumed to be related to Agent Orange. A New York Times op-ed by the noted Vietnamese-American intellectual Viet Thanh Nguyen and Dick Hughes, a highly respected analyst who lived and worked in Vietnam for many years and still does. And, in fact, hideously deformed fetuses are still appearing in Saigon Hospital in South Vietnam. That's several generations later. There's alleged to be some concern in the US about protecting fetuses. It somehow seems to be rather selective. North Vietnam was subjected to massive bombing, with much of the country turned into a moonscape and the major cities heavily bombed as well. I happened to see a little of it firsthand on a brief visit during a bombing pause. But it was spared this particular horror. The chemical warfare attack was only against the South. After extensive campaigns and many court battles, U.S. veterans finally won some recognition from the government that Agent Orange had extremely harmful effects. Many of them were severely harmed. They got some compensation, inadequate but at least some. Vietnamese. They're unworthy victims, peanuts. Yesterday's article does not ignore the brutal effects of U.S. chemical warfare in South Vietnam. Returning to Klobuchar's comment about our generation's Agent Orange and the stories of affected constituents in Minnesota, the Times article explains that Agent Orange is an herbicide known to sicken veterans in Vietnam, and after many years of efforts by affected veterans, has become widely accepted as a cause of illness among veterans of the Vietnam War. There has been a protracted struggle over benefits for those who were sickened after serving off the coast during that conflict. The suffering of affected veterans was and remains very real, but nothing like the impact of the chemical warfare on the Vietnamese victims. If you want to look into this topic, there are two very good books by Fred Wilcox, one about the effect on American veterans and one on the effect on Vietnamese. There's also no doubt that American vets are suffering from the effects of the burning trash pits littering Iraq. Could there be anyone else in Iraq who is affected by them? A few come to mind, but as unworthy victims, they receive no mention. Maybe 30 or 40 years from now, there'll be a retrospective saying, "Too bad something happened to Iraqis." Well, all of those are things that it wouldn't do to say, right? It might remind you of the death camp paymaster whom I talked about last time. I'll leave it to you to think about. As an aside, I might mention that U.S. chemical warfare extends beyond Indochina. I happen to have visited poor and remote villages in southern Colombia, along with human rights activists, in the large areas targeted for defoliation under Clinton's Plan Colombia, sharply extended under Bush. The rationale is to destroy coca as part of the U.S. drug war. But the defoliation has what are called unintended consequences, completely predictable, of course, but unintended. Peasants plant their crops among the coca plants, and, believe it or not, they and their families are people, even if unworthy. On the ground one can witness the grim effects of intensive use of glyphosate, well beyond levels permitted for worthy people and modified for Colombia, children with horrible sores and unexplained serious illness, devastated cropland, pathetic stories from poor peasants. You can find scientific papers on the internet using remote sensing in these areas, described as too difficult for direct access. They are judicious and properly cautious, but cannot convey what direct experience provides. As in Dick Hughes's reports from South Vietnam. Well, let's take a third item. This is a little different, but very instructive. It's close to home, right here, Tucson. Marv posted a story from the Tucson Sentinel. Quite a good rag, I should say. It was a few days ago. It's about a closed meeting at a luxurious, gated community south of Tucson. It's worth reading carefully, not only because it's right here but because it tells us quite a lot about our society much more generally, something we surely want to understand. The meeting featured Steve Bannon, whom you've probably heard of. He's a highly influential figure here and internationally, formerly the leading strategist for Trump. Bannon was joined by Chris Kobach, a leading figure in the Republican Party voter suppression drive, specializing in tales about voter fraud that collapse on inquiry. Bannon has been working quite openly and publicly, nothing hidden, to forge an international populist coalition headed by Trump, including such far-right figures as Brazil's Bolsonaro, France's Le Pen, Hungary's Orban, Italy's Salvini, and also including an array of reactionary states, in the Middle East, the Gulf family dictatorships, the Egyptian military dictatorship, and Israel, joined with India's ultranationalist Hindu extremist Modi, and a few others in the wings. For Europe, a prime goal is to protect its white Christian civilization from the invasion of refugees, who are planning to turn Europe into a Muslim continent, according to the doctrine. A look at figures is instructive. The highest percentage of refugees in any European country is Switzerland, where it's reported to be 1%, elsewhere usually a small fraction of 1%, but you can't be too careful. They breed like rabbits and keep coming. Here, too, where we are being subjected to an invasion of criminals, rapists, murderers, Muslim terrorists, drug dealers, others who seek genocide of the white race. No question about it. Just listen to the president and his acolytes. The meeting at the gated community was about organizing private funding for the border wall, in case Congress doesn't meet its responsibilities. Participants appear to advocate the principle of zero tolerance, sending children to concentration camps in the desert and so on, recognizing that it's ugly. But it's necessary. We have to protect ourselves from the hordes invading the country to destroy our white Judeo-Christian civilization and to flood us with drugs. One of the distinguished figures attending, a former Colorado state representative, suggested that the wall should extend to the Arizona-California border. You know who's going to be coming from there. And the wall should be outside the nearby Tohono-O'odham reservation, which he knows about because he's been there. He found that 5-year-old kids are walking about loaded. You know it's horrible. Every kid on that reservation, every young kid, has a new truck because they've helped actually transporting the drugs. We obviously have to protect ourselves from that. The tone of the meeting was captured by an Iraq War veteran, who said, "I refuse to allow our broken political system to leave my family and my country vulnerable to attack." So, in case you didn't know, we're in real danger right here in Tucson, not that far from the border. It wouldn't take long for them to get here. These are pretty common feelings around the country. And Trump, whatever you think of him, has a very keen political nose. That's why he picked the wall as his leading campaign issue. A sure winner. It's just necessary to tar the Democrats with wanting these hordes to invade and destroy us. The people quoted in the article and the participants in the meeting truly believe in the threats and their severity, I suspect. It sounds very sincere. And many others around the country as well. The concerns, of course, are beyond fantasy. No need to go into that. But the fears are real. All of this tells us something important about our culture, our society, the common sense of a good part of the population. Just as the hideous treatment of refugees in Europe, far worse than here, tells us a lot about Europe's advanced civilization. A brief look at history may help understand these attitudes. For 200 years, since the British were out of the way, the United States has probably been the most secure country in the world, maybe in all of history. Also, it's probably the most frightened country and has been for a long time. It's a very striking phenomenon. Why? It's common these days to deplore the fact that in this century, the US has been engaged in endless wars. True, but a bit misleading. As discussed earlier, it's hard to come up with another country that has been at war almost without a stop since its founding. Just about every year since 1783. That's quite a record. And being constantly at war engenders a military culture, which has to be justified by fear of terrible enemies, from the merciless Indian savages of the Declaration of Independence to the ravings of NSC-68 and the like, and on to the hordes attacking us a few miles south of here, and to Iran and others plotting our destruction. One of the reasons for the American Revolution was a royal proclamation of King George III in 1763, which banned settlement beyond the Appalachian Mountains. The rest was designated as Indian country. The colonists were having none of that. They chafed at Britain's barrier against settling what they called at the Constitutional Convention vacant lands to the west. There were all these vacant lands and the British were barring settlement. That wasn't only the settlers, it was also the land speculators like George Washington, none of whom could tolerate this barrier. As soon as the barrier was lifted with independence, the newly independent United States went to war against the Indian nations. George Washington was one of the first, launching a war against the Iroquois nations. He was known by the Iroquois as the town destroyer. There could be no problem with this. The gradual extension of our settlements will as certainly cause the savage, as the wolf, to retire, both being beasts of prey though they differ in shape. Essentially the same concepts prevailed through the 19th century, right to the very end, ending up with virtual genocide in California. Meanwhile, the perpetual wars were punctuated in mid-century by the U.S. conquest of half of Mexico in what General Ulysses S. Grant, later president, called one of the most wicked wars in history. The war that put us on this side of the border. By the end of the 19th century, the national territory had been conquered. Wars then extended beyond the Caribbean and Central America, which had already been subjected to half a century of repeated interventions. And on to the far Pacific. By now, the United States has some 800 military bases abroad. We're not the only ones, of course. The former imperial powers, Britain and France, are reported to have about 10 each. So, 800, 10, 0, 1 or 2. And US military forces are engaged in fighting all over the world. So, it's a strange history. A unique history. And, as I said at the beginning, just today, this morning, it was announced that the US is engaged in war against Iran. And many of these actions are far from minor. Since World War II, the worst act of aggression is the US war in Vietnam, then expanded to all of Indochina, much of it completely laid waste. In this millennium, the worst crime, a textbook example of the kind of aggression for which Nazi war criminals were hanged, was the invasion of Iraq, joined by the British in this case. Well, when a country is constantly at war for its entire history, hardly a year without war, it's not too surprising that there's a lot of fear. There's a lot to be frightened about. And if you look at polls, you see some further reasons. Gallup poll, the major polling agency, takes international polls regularly, asking many questions. A few years ago, in 2013, one of the questions was, which is the most dangerous country in the world? The United States was first, nobody even close. Way behind in second place was Pakistan, surely inflated by the Indian vote. Other countries are barely mentioned. That was the first time Gallup asked that question, and the last. They run the polls every year, but this question hasn't been asked again. Actually, they didn't have to worry too much because although the poll was reported internationally, Americans were protected from the unwanted news. The free press didn't publish it, a database search indicated. A friend of mine who does extensive database searches said he did find one mention. I didn't see it, so it's second-hand information. He said that the poll was mentioned in a story in a right-wing tabloid, a Murdoch journal, the New York Post. The story was about how this shows how totally crazy the world is. But apart from that, it wasn't mentioned. Though the question hasn't been asked again, there's indirect evidence from other polls suggesting that the results would be about the same. One prime reason for the American Revolution was the imperative of taking over the vacant lands to the west. Another was slavery. One of England's leading jurists, Lord Mansfield, in 1772 issued a ruling that slavery was so odious that it could not be tolerated within England, understood to include the American colonies. It could be tolerated within England's Caribbean colonies but not in the English-settled American colonies. The slave owners saw the handwriting on the wall. And remember, just about every leading figure was a slave owner. Of the first dozen or so American presidents, there was only one, John Adams, who wasn't a slave owner. So, that was a second reason for the revolution. Slavery, too, required a military culture, justified by fear, not entirely inauthentic. Right through the 18th century, there were slave rebellions in the Caribbean islands, which were then the main slave centers, soon displaced by the U.S. And there were some slave rebellions in the United States, too. If you look at the demography, in some states, like South Carolina, the slaves outnumbered the overseers, who had a reason to be frightened. Then came the Haitian Rebellion, which had an enormous impact. In 1804, the slave revolt in Haiti established the first free country of free men. It was bitterly resisted. The entire civilized world got together to try to destroy that rebellion. Primarily France, the colonial power, and incidentally, France's slave colony in Haiti was the source of much of France's wealth. Britain joined in, also the US, Canada, just about everyone joined to try to crush this frightening development. The war practically destroyed Haiti, but the revolution succeeded. They were then punished by France for the crime of liberation. This was right after the French Revolution, with its impressive rhetoric about liberty, equality, fraternity, and all that nice stuff. France imposed a huge indemnity on Haiti, a huge burden on the society that they never were able to overcome. In the 1960s, some of the left in France thought that maybe France should compensate Haiti for its hideous crimes. There was a commission led by Régis Debray, a prominent militant leftist. The commission decided that it wasn't necessary, that France had no need to give any compensation at all. In other words, first we rob and then destroy them, and then when they ask for a little bit of help, we kick them in the face. The technical term for this is Western civilization. Haitian liberation was naturally particularly frightening to the slave state to the north. The US refused to have any formal relations with Haiti. It didn't recognize Haiti until 1862. That was the year of the Emancipation Declaration. These slaves were going to be free, so what do we do with them? That year, the United States recognized Haiti and Liberia for the first time, regarding them as places where the freed slaves could be sent. This was done mostly on humanitarian grounds. Well-meaning people recognized that obviously these inferior people, not authentic humans, wouldn't be able to survive in a civilized society, so we want to rescue them by sending them to some place where they could get along with creatures of a similar kind. Then came a long series of horror stories. I won't run through it. Haiti's been by some measures the main target of US aggression throughout the last century. Again, this century, with an intervention in 2004 to rescue President Aristide, whom the US had barely tolerated ever since he became Haiti's first elected president, in reality to kidnap him and ship him off to Central Africa, also banning him and his party from participating in elections. In short, there are good historical grounds for fear in the most secure country in the world, even in places like the luxurious gated community near here that is probably about the safest place anywhere, but authentically frightened. They are coming after us, just as they have been since they starting attacking us when the first settlers landed, and then through the 19th century within our national territory, in the slave labor camps that were producing the cheap cotton that was the foundation of the economy, and then on through most of the world, where we defend ourselves with a huge military presence that extends wherever we can reach. Now moving on to space. The fear is pretty deeply rooted. It's presumably part of the reason for the extraordinary gun culture in the United States. There's nothing comparable anywhere. It's partly just fear. There's actually a lot more to it. If there's time, we might go into it. A very interesting story. But presumably fear is a substantial factor. This pervasive fear is one reason why it's repeatedly been so easy to terrify the country about both internal and foreign enemies. NSC 68 and Vandenberg's hell out of the country is a case in point. In 1950, the same year as NSC 68, the US determined to change its policies in Southeast Asia. The US had followed rather mixed policies toward the various imperial systems. It didn't like them and was generally dubious about the old colonial systems, while recognizing their important function in the reconstruction of the former colonial masters, which relied on their resources and raw materials. In particular, it vacillated about Vietnam, well aware of Ho Chi Minh's conciliatory initiatives. But by 1950, that changed. The US decided to support France in its effort to reconquer its former colony. That led to horrors that I don't have to go into. Recall that NSC 68 was carefully crafted to obscure the fact that the United States was far more powerful militarily than the Russians. There's an intelligence record since then, and it's quite interesting. Consistently, it greatly overestimates the strength and power of possible enemies, Russians, or whoever the next one is. Daniel Ellsberg's book, which you've read one chapter of, is a useful record of this, through the early period into the 60s. But it goes right on to the present. So right now, Iran is the greatest threat to world peace, practically poised to destroy us. The world has a different picture, but what do they know? Intelligence estimates are necessarily uncertain. One expects errors. But it's striking that consistently they're wrong in the same direction, overestimating often greatly the power of those who are going to attack us. That's not conscious deception, I presume, though there may be cases of that, as apparently in NSC 68. Rather, analysts are subject to the same, if you like, common sense as the rest of us. These are features of the dominant culture, exaggerated fear, so that it's natural for state and private power to share the fear to some extent and to exploit it for their own purposes. Speculation of course, but not, I think, without grounds. That takes us right to the Powell Memorandum, today's reading. A classic example of almost comically exaggerated fear. In Powell's case, it wasn't the country that was being destroyed, it was the business world. It was the important part of the country that was under attack, in fact, facing destruction. And it was really frightening. The universities were being taken over by Herbert Marcuse, remember him, and his minions, who had essentially taken over the whole university system. Congress was gone. It was under the control of Ralph Nader, who was carrying out a consumer safety campaign to try to save people from being killed by cars that were poorly made. And, while doing that, he had practically taken over Congress. The media were all bitterly anti-capitalist. You should go back and read them. It goes on like this. In fact, the rhetoric, which is hysterical, is very similar to NSC 68. Marv pointed out that it has the feel of a 3-year-old who has all the toys but his little brother took one away, so he has a tantrum. How can I live without that one toy? I have to have everything. Well, all of this is doubtless sincere. That's the important part of it. It's not faked. It's deeply rooted in the culture and the history. The Powell Memorandum was one of the immediate cultural and intellectual prongs of the neoliberal assault that took off soon after, as Marv discussed last time. The assault was led by the militant business community. The United States is unusual in that respect. And, curiously, its main target, the labor movement, often doesn't seem to grasp the fact. As the neoliberal assault was just beginning to take shape, in 1978, the president of the UAW, United Auto Workers, Doug Fraser, resigned from a labor management committee that was set up by the Carter administration, expressing his shock that, as he put it, business leaders had chosen to wage a one-sided class war in this country, a war against working people, the unemployed, the poor, the minorities, the very young and the very old, and even many in the middle class of our society, and had broken and discarded the fragile, unwritten compact previously existing during a period of growth and progress, during the period of class collaboration under regimented capitalism. Fraser should have known better than that. That's what business is always doing, constantly. Especially here, where we have a bitterly class-conscious business community. That goes way back. That's why the United States has an unusually violent history of repression of labor at a level that astonished even right-wing observers from Europe. We talk now about gangster capitalism, and rightly, but elements of it have always been there in bitter repression. As already mentioned, hundreds of American workers were being killed in strike actions well into the 20th century, at a time when nothing like that was happening in any other comparable country. That's only one of many examples. Well, the Powell Memorandum is one of the prongs. There's another one, which is quite interesting, maybe more interesting, in my opinion. It's quite similar in content, was produced at the same time, but it was at the opposite end of the spectrum, the political and intellectual spectrum. This was a document published by the Trilateral Commission, its first publication. The Trilateral Commission was drawn from liberal internationalists in the United States, Europe, and Japan. You get a sense of its complexion by the fact that the Carter administration was drawn almost entirely from its ranks. Same in Europe and Japan, the trilateral partners. It's a very interesting document. The book is called The Crisis of Democracy. The basic message is that the entire society is under threat, not just the business community. The entire society is under threat from the activism of the 1960s. What happened in the 1960s, it says, is that large parts of the society, what are sometimes called special interests, tried to enter the political arena to advance their concerns and demands: young people, old people, women, farmers, workers, in short, the general population. There's one group that isn't mentioned in these complaints about the special interests: the corporate sector. But that makes sense. They represent the national interest, they're not special interests. So, all these groups are trying to enter the political arena. That creates the excessive democracy that has been such a problem for the men of best quality since the first modern democratic revolution. The state cannot handle those pressures. Therefore, the liberal commentators recommend more moderation in democracy, a return of the general population to passivity and obedience, to their role as spectators, not participants. The American rapporteur in the trilateral study, Harvard political scientist Samuel Huntington, reminisced about the days when President Truman had been able to govern the country with the cooperation of a relatively small number of Wall Street lawyers and bankers, so that there was no crisis of democracy. But that was before the activism of the 60s threatened to shatter these civilized arrangements. The trilateralists were particularly concerned with what they called the institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young: schools, universities, churches. They're failing to control young people. They're failing to indoctrinate them properly. That's why you see them out on the streets protesting against the war, calling for women's rights, all of this disruptive stuff. Therefore, harsher measures are needed in the schools and universities. They said the same about the media, here agreeing with Powell. The media are out of control. The trilateral liberals even warned that state intervention might be necessary to get the media back into line. The general concern, then, is rather like the Powell memorandum. But these are intellectuals. The rhetoric is more subdued than the Powell memorandum, though the message is similar. The conclusion across the spectrum, what we call left to right, reflects the cultural and intellectual background of the neoliberal assault. There's recent scholarly work on the origins of neoliberalism, tracing it back much earlier than has usually been assumed, to the period right after World War I. It brings out very interesting features, which unfortunately there's no time to go into now except very superficially. One interesting revelation, relevant to gangster capitalism, is the attitude of the founders of the doctrine in post-World War I Vienna to the use of government force to crush the left. The most respected figure, the guru of the movement, is Ludwig von Mises. He could barely contain his pleasure in 1928 when the Austrian government violently broke up a major strike, undermining the vibrant labor and social democratic movements and setting the stage for Austrian fascism, and thus safeguarding sound economics from the disruptive impact of labor unions and of the social reform that sought to soften the harsh edges of market discipline on workers and the poor. There's a theory behind these characteristic features of neoliberalism back to its earliest days. Labor unions seek rights of workers. That interferes with what these days is called flexibility of labor, which means in practice the right of employers to fire workers at will and to determine conditions of work without interference. It interferes with the optimal use of resources, as determined by markets. Labor unions interfere with these doctrinal verities by their concern for rights of workers, for safety and health, for livable wages, and even perish the thought for a say in the plans and operations of the dictatorships in which they spend their working lives? They therefore have to be destroyed. It is therefore natural that the saints of the movement should have been delighted, as they were, by the crushing of labor unions by the powerful state during the first stages of fascism in Austria and Germany in the late 20s and early 30s. Similarly, the attitudes of the great figures of the movement toward the monstrous Pinochet dictatorship come as little surprise. Another interesting feature of the neoliberal movement from the early days is the close linkage between progressive intellectuals and the neoliberal right wing. More than symbolically, the term neoliberalism was adopted by the movement at the Walter Lippmann Colloquium in Paris in 1938. Lippmann, you'll recall, was one of the leading progressive intellectuals in the United States in the 20th century. The concept optimal use of resources is one we might spend a little time on. It's a very interesting contribution to mysticism when you analyze it closely. But let's put that aside for now. It's interesting to see how similar themes reverberate through the history of capitalism, even with substantial changes of circumstances. We've already discussed the continuity from the suppression of the rabble and their demands for democracy and rights in the first democratic revolution in 17th century England, to the framers' conservative revolution that overcame the popular demand for excessive democracy a century later, to the warnings of progressive 20th century intellectuals about succumbing to democratic dogmatisms about the right of the bewildered herd to participate in decisions that affect them, the province of the intelligent minority. And in another context, the need to suppress the radical democratic currents and their call for independence throughout the world as the post-war global order was being established. It's not surprising, then, that the same themes should come up again in the early 1970s, when the rascal multitude was getting out of hand again in the activism of the 60s, the time of troubles as it's often called. So, you get the same reaction. It was necessary, once again, to counter the threat of the excessive democracy that was arising from 60s activism, which in fact did significantly civilize the country. For the business community, as Powell emphasized in his rather frantic way, it was necessary to protect what Madison had called the permanent interests of the country, the private enterprise system, which was threatened particularly by the falling rate of profit that was in part a result of the labor militancy that was picking up in the late 60s and early 70s. A lot of it was stimulated by the general activism of young people, including Vietnam veterans. In strikes like Lordstown, which is worth looking into carefully, young workers were not just calling for decent pay but also for dignity in the workplace and for some means to participate in controlling it. Tendencies that are truly ominous and have to be crushed. Then comes the neoliberal assault, long in preparation, exploiting the economic disorders of the 70s as the opportunity to take control. It has achieved many of its objectives. Discipline was at least partially imposed in the universities, in interesting ways, including the imposition of business models and sharp cutbacks in state funding. You see that here in Arizona very clearly, but it happened all over the country. Another factor was the sharp escalation of tuition, for which there's no authentic economic basis. We'll return to it if there's time. Crucially, the decline of the rate of profit was reversed. That was really important. Neoliberal policies have led to radical concentration of wealth and new prerogatives for the business sector along with stagnation for the majority of the population. Marv gave some information in our last session. It's striking that real wages for non-supervisory workers today are lower than they were in 1979, right at the outset of the neoliberal assault. There has been economic growth and increase in productivity, but the results went into very few pockets. That continues after the 2008 crisis, the bursting of the housing bubble and the resulting financial crisis. No less significantly, there has been erosion of workers' rights, beginning with Reagan's strong attack on unions and rights of workers generally. There are almost no union-organized strikes anymore because it's virtually impossible. Reagan, who was unusual in his bitter anti-labor attitudes, even brought in scabs to break up strikes. That was illegal in every industrial country in the world outside of apartheid South Africa, but Reagan introduced it here. Adopting the Reagan precedent, private corporations adopted the same measures, Caterpillar and others. The attack was carried forward under Clinton by different means, including a particular form of globalization geared to the interests of investors, ignoring workers, all serving the august principles of sound economics. Meanwhile, liberated by the Reagan Revolution from any concern for working people and their rights, the business world resurrected earlier ideas about scientific methods of strike breaking and turned openly to bitter class war, important topics that there's no time to pursue now. One consequence of all of this has been a severe erosion of democracy, an immediate consequence of sharp concentration of wealth and business power. We've discussed some of the means: virtual purchase of elections, radical escalation of lobbying, undermining of voting rights, all facilitated further by the most reactionary Supreme Court in living memory. There is no longer fear of excessive democracy. There's a lot of fuss, as you know, about alleged Russian meddling in the elections. It is scarcely detectable, but even if it existed on any substantial scale, it would be invisible in comparison with the interference in elections by extreme wealth and corporate power. But these are more things that it wouldn't do to say. Best to worry about the Russians. One consequence of all of this, also well established in the academic political science literature, is that a considerable majority of the population, those who are lower on the income-wealth scale, are literally disenfranchised. They may cast votes, but it doesn't much matter. They're disenfranchised in the sense that when you compare their preferences and attitudes with the decisions made by their own representatives, there's virtually no correlation. The legislators are listening to other voices. The donor class. During the neoliberal period, the past generation, both parties shifted pretty far to the right. The Democrats abandoned the working class. They delivered them to their class enemies, who try to mobilize them on what are called cultural issues, white supremacy, fundamentalist religion, and in other ways to which we'll return. And with the promises of decent jobs, which oddly enough are not fulfilled. An interesting case right now is the Foxconn affair. The state of Wisconsin provided a handsome gift to Foxconn, the manufacturer of your Apple phones and other such devices. Wisconsin taxpayers provided Foxconn with about $250,000 for each promised job, but the jobs aren't coming. It's the lead story in the current issue of the main business journal this week, Bloomberg Businessweek. You can find the details there. We saw all of this dramatically after the collapse of the housing bubble and the resulting financial crisis in 2008. The crisis itself was the result of predatory, sometimes technically criminal activity by the big banks and financial institutions. They were giving subprime mortgages to people who they knew would never be able to pay, but they were able to use complex financial instruments to divide the loans up so that nobody knew what they were buying. They made tons of profit. Finally, it crashed. There was bailout legislation under first Bush then Obama. The legislation had two elements. One was to bail out the perpetrators, the banks, who had been responsible for the crisis. The other was to give some aid to the victims, the people who were kicked out of their homes because they were foreclosed. You can guess which part of the legislation was implemented. If you're interested in details, there's an angry book written by Neil Borofsky, Inspector General for the Treasury Department, who was outraged by what happened. This is under Obama. Some of the things that happened are almost too grotesque to believe. There's a huge insurance company, AIG, that was going under. If they had collapsed, Goldman Sachs would probably have collapsed and a whole bunch of others. That couldn't be permitted. So they were bailed out. And as soon as they were bailed out with a huge taxpayer gift, they immediately paid big bonuses to the executives who were responsible for the disaster. Well, this was discussed. It seemed a little ugly. But economists explained that it's right. Lawrence Summers, one of the most respected liberal economists, pointed out that a contract is a contract. They were promised bonuses, they had to get them. Didn't matter that they practically destroyed the economy with their chicanery and then were bailed out by the taxpayer. At the very same time, within weeks, the state of Illinois determined that it was not going to pay pensions to workers because it didn't have the money. Somehow, that contract wasn't that sacred, just the other one. To make it worse, the CEO of AIG later initiated a suit against the government because AIG wasn't allowed to pay big enough bonuses. You just can't describe it? Well, people didn't know all the details, but the general picture was pretty clear. In particular, the bailout of the banks and the abandonment of the victims. And it had an immediate effect. In 2008, many working people voted for Obama, believing the nice rhetoric about hope and change and so on. Very quickly they saw what the pretty words meant. And there were effects. Massachusetts is the most liberal state in the country. Ted Kennedy, the liberal lion, died and had to be replaced. There was an election in 2010 in Massachusetts. An unknown right-wing Republican won the election for Kennedy's seat. A lot of union workers didn't even bother voting. They were so disillusioned by the sellout that they just figured, this is not for us. They didn't even participate, or even voted for the right wing. Some of them later gravitated to Trump, although you should bear in mind that the talk about a working class base for Trump is misleading. As one of the most careful researchers, Anthony DiMaggio, has discussed, the Democrats lost the working class far more than Trump won them. Trump's adoring base is mostly petty bourgeois, storekeepers, salesmen, and so on, mostly relatively affluent, and Christian evangelicals. There's a good deal of academic research on this. One very interesting development in the neoliberal period is the rise of ALEC, the American Legislative Exchange Council. This is the major business lobby, which draws from a very wide spectrum of the corporate sector, Silicon Valley, energy corporations, many others. They're doing something very intelligent and insidious. They're working at the state level, targeting state legislators. Now, there are several good reasons for that. State legislation matters, it affects a lot of things that happen in people's lives. And it's pretty much invisible. Almost no one even knows the name of their state representative. What goes on in the state legislature barely gets reported. Also, the legislators are very vulnerable. Elections are largely bought, but it doesn't take much to buy an election for a state legislator. It's not billions of dollars like a president. So, it's a very easy target. And the way they're doing it is well designed. The same legislative proposals are being made for every state, almost verbatim. A primary goal of course is to weaken labor unions, to undermine the class enemy. But also they want to restrict voting, they want to bar the wrong people from voting. They know they'll never gain a majority for their policies in any honest election. They want to facilitate environmental degradation. In their own words, they want to reduce the regulatory burden on private enterprise, which means harm for the rest of us. They want to ensure what's called donor privacy. That allows floods of dark money to underwrite elections. They want to privatize the educational system. Arizona was picked as a prime target to see if they could carry this out. It's a pretty natural target, with very low state educational funding, some of the lowest in the country. We'll see how that works out. There's a lot more, but one very interesting case, very instructive case, is legislative proposals all through the country to prevent penalty for wage theft, even investigation of the crime. The victims are typically the poor and more vulnerable, easy targets who can't react. Wage theft is a huge robbery every year. Billions of dollars a year are stolen from workers by not paying them for overtime or just not paying them their wages. Billions of dollars. So, ALEC wants to make sure that there are no penalties for this and even no investigation. That's intriguing. It doesn't amount to much for the wealth of the rich and corporate sector, but it illustrates the extreme savagery of class war. You've got to go after everything. You've got to cut everybody's throat. Even if their wages are being stolen, it can't be investigated. Adam Smith would nod his head in recognition of the practices of the masters of mankind. There's an ALEC stealth campaign going on with far broader consequences, not just robbery of the poor and more vulnerable, but strangling what Thorstein Veblen called the underlying population generally. They're aiming for a constitutional amendment for a balanced budget. They've already got almost the required number of states signed up to call for an amendment to the Constitution. What does a balanced budget mean? It means you end all social benefits. If you have a balanced budget, you don't stop funding the military. You don't stop funding border security to protect us from these hordes attacking us. You just cut back the things that matter to the unworthy people. Those whose real income has stagnated or declined through the neoliberal period. ALEC can't come straight out and say, look, we want to kill social security and healthcare. You can't win elections that way, but you can do it indirectly. A balanced budget amendment is one way. In fact, as you'll recall, that was a major point of the main legislative achievement of the Trump administration, the tax bill of 2017, a huge giveaway to the rich and corporate sector, whose profits are escalating while they fail to invest. An important part of the scam was the subtext, presented to us right away by the architects, Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan, Republican leaders of the Senate and the House. They explained that tax cut is creating a huge deficit, so we'll have to cut back on entitlements down the road. Can't help it. We'd like you to have food and health care and other superfluities, but what can we do? A constitutional amendment will drive the last nail into that coffin. All of this is happening very quietly. Doesn't get reported, it's very low level. Same with the packing of the federal judiciary and other measures that are being carried out to ensure that whatever electoral outcomes might turn out to be, policies won't be able to change much because a lot will be fixed. Even now, states with about a quarter of the population, that's about 15% of the vote for the winning party, can dominate the Senate, the most powerful part of Congress thanks to the extremely regressive character of the American democratic system going back to the framers' coup. These 15% are largely rural, white, Christian, often fundamentalist, older, with traditional values. Notice that this can't be changed by amendment. To change it by amendment, you'd have to enlist 3/4 of the states, and you're not going to get that. Small states would never permit it. Actually, right now, about 5% of the population could, in principle, block a constitutional amendment. And smaller states will certainly be able to block any effort to change the highly regressive character of the election of the Senate or to tamper with the Electoral College. All of this is going to create a major constitutional crisis in the not-too-distant future, because of the way these tendencies are developing. The neoliberal policies, though they're achieving the goals of concentrating wealth and power and marginalizing the bewildered herd, are harming the general economy. Growth rates have slowed, productivity growth is low. There's a lot of talk about stagnation, meaning that the economy can't really grow anymore. One of the interesting things that David Kotz points out in the reading for today is that the very sharp concentration of wealth has led to a situation in which there's simply a lack of options for investment. There are only so many luxury yachts that you can buy, and there's not much profit to be made in producing what the country desperately needs, such as reconstruction of the crumbling infrastructure or ways to remove carbon from the atmosphere. So, you've got all this mass of accumulated money, but you can't invest it with much profit. So what do? Turn to financial manipulations, which are generally much more profitable and have been growing enormously. One of the effects is to cut back on research and development. Take Apple, the biggest corporation. Take a look at their own budget proposals. They're cutting back on research and development. They have less interest in producing something that would be useful. They're turning to the financial markets, which are much more profitable in the short term. And the same is happening across the board. As we've discussed, much of the R&D, research and development, that created the high-tech economy, came out of the taxpayer's pocket. The guiding principle, in brief, has been public subsidy, private profit. The taxpayer funds the creative and risky R&D, often over a long period, and if something is produced that can be adapted to the market for profit, it's handed over to private power. These are things it wouldn't do to say, so various subterfuges are used. The easiest is to appeal to defense, that can't be questioned. So for a long period, U.S. industrial and educational policy creating the high-tech economy and research universities was funneled through the Pentagon, just as Eisenhower's Interstate Highway Project was sold to the public as a defense highway system, formally, the National System of Interstate and Defense Highways. Such matters were discussed in the business press in the early post-war period. There was great concern about a return to the Depression, and wide recognition that government stimulus would be needed to avoid it. Analysts pointed out that social spending has the same stimulative effect as military spending. But the business world had reservations about it, preferring military spending, which can be used as a cover for much else. Social spending has harmful side effects. The public doesn't question military spending, or pay attention to the way it is used, but social spending has direct and visible effects on people's lives. It therefore arouses interest and attention, and might even stimulate subversive ideas about participation in decisions about what kind of society and world we should live in. Excessive democracy again. Military spending doesn't have these negative aspects. From the perspective of business, the public subsidy/private profit system has been advantageous, but raises other problems. If conducted openly, it might engender the belief that your government can actually do something for you and that maybe it should be a government by the people. That's another reason to prefer the cover of defense, and to concoct tales of evil enemies about to destroy us. In the longer term, business itself will be harmed by shifting from R&D to financial manipulations. In earlier days, that might have been a concern. But managerial ethic has shifted from the time when viability of the firm was a serious concern to today's focus on gain tomorrow. The long-term prospects for the firm become lesser considerations or for human society generally. Nothing could reveal this shift with more brilliant clarity than a matter already discussed, the virtually reflexive decisions to race toward destruction, with eyes open, if it yields short-term gain. Right now profits are spectacular and CEO salaries have skyrocketed to the stratosphere, dragging other managerial rewards with them, while for the general population, real wages stagnate, social spending is meager, unions and other interferences with sound economics are dismantled. The best of all possible worlds. So why care if my firm will go under after I've moved to greener pastures, or for that matter, why care if I leave to my grandchildren a world in which they have some chance for decent survival? Capitalist mentality gone insane. There is, of course, the usual problem. The rascal multitude. They're not too happy about the undermining of functioning democracy and basic rights. I should add the same is true in Europe. In fact, even more so. The attack on democracy in Europe is even sharper than here. Significant decisions about society and politics are out of the hands of the population. They're made by unelected bureaucrats in Brussels, the IMF, the Central Bank, the European Commission. All of this, all over the world, is leading to anger, resentment, and bitterness. You see it right now in the Yellow Vest movement in France, but it's everywhere. In election after election, the centrist parties are collapsing. It's happening here, too. Parties happen to be keeping their names in our rigid two-party system, but the centrist elements are losing their grip. Popular anger is often attributed to xenophobia, and fear that immigrants are destroying our economies and poisoning our culture, sentiments that are real enough. There's a good bit of research on this. What it shows, I think pretty convincingly, is that the basic problem is economic distress and loss of control, concern over stagnation, insecurity, undermining of social welfare policies, along with the lack of any opportunity to participate as democracy declines. All of that opens the door to pathological symptoms seeking scapegoats, fear, unfocused anger. And these can be exploited by demagogues, often for quite ugly ends. None of this is at all surprising. Recently, a now very famous economist, Thomas Piketty, along with his colleagues, pointed out that an economy that fails to deliver growth for half of its people for an entire generation is bound to generate discontent with the status quo and a rejection of establishment policies. Pretty obvious. But discontent can take many forms. It doesn't determine which forces will prevail. It's become common these days to quote Gramsci's observation that the old order is collapsing but a new one has not yet risen, and in the interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. And encouraging ones as well. To mention just one, today the Green New Deal, initiated by the Sunrise Movement, has been accepted by virtually the whole House of Representatives, something that seemed unimaginable not long ago. There's plenty of room for will and choice, for active engagement. One thing we can expect with considerable confidence, just looking at history, is that however we're going to find a way out of this mess, it's going to have to be based substantially on a revived, vital labor movement. Chapter 6. Resistance and Response. Waterstone Lecture, February 19, 2019. Welcome to the solutions part of the course. Don't get too excited. I want to emphasize, just as in the title, in fact, that tonight's topic is both resistance and response. I want to make clear that the kinds of things we examine here are really a set of contests and struggles. I just want to put that theme out very promptly at the beginning, that is, to think about the kinds of things that we're going to think about as a constant back and forth. I'll remind you of a couple of things that I said in the very first week, when we were talking about common sense, in just a minute. But the topic is really both resistance and response. And by response, I typically am going to mean the response of those people who are very much interested in preserving the status quo as it is because they're advantaged by it. Let's begin by thinking a bit about social movements in general, and then I'm going to speak about some very specific ones in just a little bit, but let's think about some of the things that these entail. In a very general sense, these entail collective action to resist or to promote change. So, some social movements clearly are conservative in the sense that they want to keep things as they are. I don't mean that in a partisan, political way necessarily, but some social movements work to maintain things exactly the way they are. Some work to promote change. Another way to say that, they either work to maintain or to change the status quo. They either reinforce or subvert the prevailing common sense, typically, for either regressive or progressive purposes. Of course, how one defines those things depends on one's point of view and perspectives. Social movements vary in their scope, whether they're looking simply to resist change, to reform the system in some incremental way, or in some sense to revolutionize things. We talked a little bit about revolution the last time. We'll talk about it a little bit more tonight and next week. Such movements also range spatially, as you might expect, from the local to the global, and sometimes interacting among those scales quite clearly. Their methods vary, for example from the nonviolent to the violent. These are just two polar ends of a spectrum. There are many other spectrums we could think about in terms of methodology. They vary in terms of the targets. Clearly, some organizations and movements, and their activities, target individuals all the way out to society. Now, I want to make a couple of ties between social movements and capitalism. One of the readings you have for this week, the pieces by Jim O'Connor, make some very clear ties to social movements growing out of a capitalist system. First, he distinguishes two contradictions within capitalism, and he makes some connections between those two basic contradictions and the way in which social movements emerge out of them. The first contradiction. The most basic contradiction in capitalism, something we talked about very early on, is the exploitative relationship between capital and labor in the production process, that is, capital works only because it extracts surplus value in an exploitive relationship with labor, and this is the basic contradiction, at least O'Connor and others identify it. This leads to what are typically called old social movements. Old in the sense that they have a kind of historical longevity compared to some others that we'll talk about in a second. This contradiction leads to old social movements regarding the conditions of labor. As O'Connor argues, the contradictions that exist within a set of capitalist social relations in the production process lead to a fundamental antagonism between capital and labor. That antagonism leads to social movements over things like wages, hours, working conditions, and so forth. This set of social movements is very much centered on the class relationship. So, this is class conflict, class warfare, class antagonism. But then O'Connor talks about a second contradiction of capitalism in which he's moving away a bit from the labor process per se and talks about the way in which capital has a kind of inevitable tendency to destroy its own conditions of production. We've discussed this earlier, for example, when we looked at the relationships between capitalism and the environment. But when O'Connor's talking about it, he really talks about these three factors: the natural environment, infrastructure, community, and other public goods, and labor power. When he talks about this, he says these are also sometimes reducible or reduced to the categories of land and labor. But again, he's talking about conditions or factors of production that are not provided to capital through the market. These are elements or conditions of production that capital either has typically been unwilling or unable to provide for itself, and so it seeks these through other means. They're typically not provided through the market, although markets can be created to produce them, but these are typically then supplied by the state. One example tied to some things we were talking about last week: the privatization schemes of neoliberalism. Things that have typically been public goods, come into the sphere of capital through the production of artificial markets of one kind or another, or through privatization and commodification. When you think about the environment, or you think about infrastructure and community, when you think about reproduction of the labor force through things like education, these are typically conditions of production that are provided by the state. But as these conditions deteriorate, O'Connor is arguing, social movements build up to protect these conditions or to resist adverse changes. So, we can think about the way in which these things develop in reaction to the set of contradictions, and these are so-called new social movements. These include the environmental movement operating around deteriorating conditions of the natural environment, urban and civil rights movements, and so forth, around urban decay, urban deterioration, infrastructure destruction, and so forth. Then there are also movements that arise around conditions concerning the reproduction of the labor force. So, feminist movements, other kinds of identity movements, and so forth. These, O'Connor is saying, are outgrowths of this contradiction, or set of contradictions, that capital always produces. These new social movements go beyond but remain connected to the class connection. They are movements that are not always centrally tied to class but can be immediately tied back to class in the way that O'Connor does this. Now I want to make this tie very clear to the idea of social movements and common sense. The struggle over common sense and progressive change is continual. There's rarely a final settlement. The contending forces, each convinced of the rightness of their view, are obliged to push back. That is, if you believe that your view of how the world not only is but ought to be, you have the obligation to push that onto other people. But often the terrain in which the contests are waged is changed irretrievably by previous rounds of struggles. The grounds on which contests are waged shift over time. I would like to expand on the quote from Stuart Hall that I used in the very first week. Why then is common sense so important? Because it is the terrain of conceptions and categories on which the practical consciousness of the masses of the people is actually formed. It is the already formed and taken for granted terrain on which more coherent ideologies and philosophies must contend for mastery, the ground which new conceptions of the world must take into account, contest, and transform if they are to shape the conceptions of the world of the masses and in that way become historically effective. Popular beliefs, the culture of a people, Gramsci argues, are not arenas of struggle, which can be left to look after themselves. They are themselves material forces. Social change must contend with this, whether it's for progressive or regressive purposes. It has to deal with things as they are and with things that are so thoroughly integrated into people's worldview, that they are simply taken for granted. Common sense, as I say, is a field of struggle and contestation, and to have one's view of how the world operates become predominant, that is, for it to become the taken for granted common sense, is a very potent form of political power. This is the connection between common sense and progressive change or regressive change. All of this basically also speaks to the ways in which we think about the boundaries of discussion. What are the priorities for policy making? What is the practical? What is the overly idealistic, and so forth? Many things contribute to our understanding of how this works. Here's one. Okay. I know this is funny, but it's the way it is. Alright, here are a few cliches. The longest journey begins with a single step. No doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Margaret Mead. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Mahatma Gandhi. Now I want to turn to some examples of social movements. I want to begin with a few historical examples, and then come up to some more contemporary examples in a little bit. The reason to do this is to think about the fact that progress has been made. Every time we think that things don't change for the better, we should keep in mind that there are historical cases where things, in fact, have changed, sometimes for the better. But I also want to leave you with the impression, which I'm hoping to do, that these are struggles that are not completed. The first is the abolition movement, second is the women's movement, and third is the LGBTQ movement. Let's begin with the abolition movement. Here are a couple of quotes from Jefferson Davis. My own convictions as to Negro slavery are strong. It has its evils and abuses. We recognize the Negro as God, and God's book and God's laws, in nature, tell us to recognize him, our inferior, fitted expressly for servitude. You cannot transform the Negro into anything 1/10 as useful or as good as what slavery enables them to be. Slavery was established by decree of Almighty God. It is sanctioned in the Bible in both Testaments, from Genesis to Revelation. It has existed in all ages. It's been found among the people of the highest civilization and in the nations of the highest proficiency in the arts. Slavery was formally eliminated in much of the developed world by the 1860s, some places earlier, some places later. In the US and elsewhere, different forms of bondage followed on almost immediately, from chain gangs to Jim Crow to mass incarceration and forced labor. Now slavery has returned. Current estimates are that there are as many as 40.3 million people enslaved in about 167 countries worldwide. This includes forced marriage, forced labor, trafficking. As you can imagine, these statistics are very, very difficult to get with precision, so this is very likely an undercount. But the point is that some things have changed, but the struggle continues. Clearly, slavery is not a thing of the past, but some things are fought on different grounds. One could hardly make the kind of arguments that Jefferson Davis was able to make now with any kind of seriousness. But it doesn't mean the problem is solved. We can see a similar trajectory in the case of the feminist movement. We should look upon the female state as it were, a deformity, the one that occurs in the ordinary course of nature. Aristotle. The souls of women are so small, some believe they have none at all. John Donne. We must not allow ourselves to be deflected by the feminists who are anxious to force us to regard the two sexes as completely equal in position and worth. Sigmund Freud. The feminist agenda is not about equal rights for women. It is about a socialist, anti-family political movement that encourages women to leave their husbands, kill their children, practice witchcraft, destroy capitalism, and become lesbians. Pat Robertson. Since 1920, the vast increase in welfare beneficiaries and the extension of the franchise to women, two constituencies that are notoriously tough for libertarians, have rendered the notion of capitalist democracy into an oxymoron. Peter Thiel. Undoubtedly, some substantial gains have been made for women's equality, but here's one way to think about the fact that this is not yet an accomplished task. There is still a significant disparity between men's and women's earnings. At present, Women in the US still earn about 79% of what men earn for similar work. Some trends seem to suggest that there will be pay equity by 2059. That's the good news. The bad news is that since 2001, women's pay has flattened out a bit, and now pay equity won't be reached until 2152. Sorry for the bad news. Another way to think about this, other elements of feminism are still under tremendous assault, for example women's control over their own bodies. Between 2011 and 2016, 334 abortion restrictions were passed by state legislatures in the U.S. This accounted for fully 30% of all abortion restrictions passed since Roe v. Wade in 1973. Again, the point is there are now new forms of feminist struggle, but the contest continues. Again, this is not a battle that's over, even though, on some grounds, we cannot use the same vocabulary that we've used historically, at least not in polite company. Finally, we can see a similar pattern in LGBTQ+ rights. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here bashing people who are homosexuals, who are lesbians, who are bisexual, who are transgender. We need a profound compassion for people who are dealing with the very real issue of sexual dysfunction in their life and sexual identity disorders. Former Minnesota Senator then Congresswoman then candidate for President, Michelle Bachmann, speaking about homosexuality as a mental disorder in 2004. Undoubtedly, again, substantial gains have been made. Same-sex marriage is now legally recognized nationwide, or in significant parts, in about 26 countries. Clearly, some things have changed. The discourse has changed very substantially. But same-sex sexual activity, let alone the protection of relationships, is still illegal in many countries. It's down, from 2006 to 2017, from 92 countries to 73. That's a significant change. But still, in many countries, there are very severe punishments up to and including the death penalty. Again, things have changed, but the struggle goes on. Now I want to turn to a few more contemporary examples, not that those struggles are not, as I say, continuing. But I want to look at a few that are more recent. The Arab Spring, which provided a lot of hope for people in its early stages, the Occupy movement, people took to the streets en masse after President Ben Ali's government collapsed. He stepped down and fled the country, which opened the way for Tunisians to elect a new president and adopt a new constitution. A little bit later in that month, in Egypt, the January 25th revolution mass protest began, centered around Tahrir Square. Some 840 protesters were killed and more than 6,000 injured by Egyptian security forces and the thugs who were assisting them. In Yemen mass protest erupted, and months of political turmoil followed, during which the government forces killed hundreds of protesters. In Egypt, people celebrated in Tahrir Square after Hosni Mubarak stepped down and handed over control to the armed forces. In Bahrain mass protests broke out demanding reform, met by a very heavy-handed clampdown. In Libya, an uprising against Muammar Gaddafi began at the eastern city of Benghazi. Internal conflict followed. Gaddafi is killed in October 2011. In Syria, mass protests broke out, which were brutally suppressed by the government of Assad. Since then, more than 250,000 people have been killed, more than 12 million forced from their homes. On March 18, 2011, Yemeni protests take to the streets. 50 people are killed, hundreds injured. The day becomes known as Friday of Dignity. What has happened since the so-called Arab Spring? 8 years later, human rights are under attack across the region. Hundreds of thousands of people, many of them children, have been killed during armed conflicts that continue to rage in Syria, Libya, and Yemen. The Syrian conflict has created the largest refugee crisis of the 21st century, humanitarian crisis. Tunisia is the only relative success story. It has a new constitution, some justice for past crimes, but human rights are still under attack. In Egypt, peaceful activists, critics of the government, and many others remain in jail. Torture and other ill treatment are rife. Hundreds have been sentenced to death and tens of thousands put behind bars for protesting or for their alleged links to political opposition. However, we saw that the current president was just authorized to stay in power until 2034. In Bahrain, the authorities are silencing dissent. Libya has turned into chaos. There are many armed conflicts all across the country, and all sides have committed war crimes and serious human rights abuses. In Syria, the region's bloodiest armed conflict emerged in response to the brutal suppression of mass protests by the government. Atrocious crimes are being committed on a massive scale. Half the population has been displaced. Yemen is an ongoing tragedy, with a Saudi Arabia-led coalition, but with the US supplying arms, providing refueling and intelligence, and so forth. Here's an interesting Tucson connection. The Emirates just bought $1.6 billion of arms from Raytheon, so the Tucson economy stays strong. The Saudi Arabia-led coalition airstrikes and shelling by Houthi forces have killed more than 10,000 civilians, 40,000 wounded. 10 million are now in jeopardy of famine and disease. Some of the attacks amount to war crimes. The Arab Spring, which started out as an enormously hopeful movement for progressive change, has now largely been subjected to brutal repression and pushback from the forces of the status quo ante. It represents a poignant and tragic example of social struggle. The next thing I just wanted to say a few things about is the Occupy Wall Street movement. I'm also going to say a bit about the Tea Party patriots, a word or two about the Yellow Vest movement in France, and make a few comments about right-wing populism because there's an awful lot of intersection here. Some of the analysis of the OWS movement draws directly on the material we've read in Krehan's book. The Occupy Wall Street movement might seem a very different movement from the Tea Party, but it too can be seen as having, at its heart, a reconfiguration of certain strands of American common sense. A good example is the "It's Morning in America" rhetoric of Reagan's first presidential campaign. Drawing on a very imagined idyllic past, this emotionally persuasive rhetoric conjured up a vision of unfettered capitalism and a new coming of that lost golden land in which all prospered. I'll leave it to you to make the leap to make America great again. It's a very tiny leap. It's not even a chasm. In content, the story of Occupy Wall Street is very different from that of the Tea Party, but it too can be seen as a response to the widespread feeling that America has taken a wrong turn somewhere. This is also true, I would suggest, of many of the movements that are occurring in Europe, in Latin America, and elsewhere. That is, there's a sense that the center is not holding and not serving people very well. This neoliberal period that we talked about last week has produced enormous dislocation for many, many people, and there are very different ways of interpreting how that has come about. Millions of Americans share the sense that they're losing control of their lives. This is one of the bases on which I think it's fair to make a comparison between the Sanders campaign and the Trump campaign. That is, they had very different diagnoses of the problems, and certainly very different remedies. But the problems that they were raising and addressing stem from very similar kinds of dislocation of the population. As Krehan articulates, it is much easier to refurbish an old capitalist narrative so it speaks to the fears and resentments of 21st century Americans than it is to develop a new narrative. This refers to the Tea Party, which was able to resuscitate this capitalist narrative, and Occupy, which is up against this, which is something quite different. The racialized Tea Party narrative is a country run by a profligate government that is slipping away from those with rightful claims and into the hands of freeloaders happy to depend on welfare handouts. This is the interpretation that the Tea Party makes, and I would say it's the interpretation that the Trump administration makes to a very large extent. This is what's gone wrong with the country. People have cut in line in front of the deserving citizenry. On the other hand, the Occupy Wall Street critique is that the decline of the middle class is not due to government handouts to undeserving moochers, but to the wealthiest taking more than their fair share. One of the achievements of OWS was to create a space where these alternative strands of common sense were able to emerge with a new potency, a new power. The task of progressives is made all the harder. Again, this is part of Krihan's comparison between Tea Party and OWS, when those who would question the existing hegemony lacked the roving billionaire advocates and right-wing media purveyors that propelled the rise of the Tea Party. The Tea Party, for those of you who are familiar with its origins and development, was mostly bankrolled by very, very wealthy backers, so people like Dick Armey, the Koch brothers, a whole number of people, produced it as what looked like a grassroots organization, but it was largely an astroturf organization. What does Occupy Wall Street look like if it's approached as one aspect of a cultural battle to transform the popular mentality, that is, the popular common sense? It did succeed, and there seems to be very widespread agreement on this, in forcing inequality to the forefront of the political debate in the United States. Prior to Occupy Wall Street, even in the wake of the 2008 financial crash, there was very little attention to the stark issue of inequality. The Occupy Wall Street slogan, "We are the 99%, seemed to do no more than express an obvious truth. There was something profoundly wrong with the ever-growing gulf between the rich, 1%, and the rest of Americans, the 99%. This gulf is evidence that something has gone terribly wrong with the American system itself. The slogan seemed to encompass the many different ways that profound inequality manifests itself in the contemporary United States. The elephant in the room had been named. Or, as somebody I heard at a conference once say, this opened up a whole new box of Pandoras. We could say, as many commentators have observed, that Occupy Wall Street changed the conversation. Approached from this perspective, OWS can be seen as a particular aspect of the long war of position Gramsci saw as an essential element in any struggle for transformation, that is, you have get these issues at least on the agenda so people would begin to think about them. For example, in a December 2011 speech, and I highlight that because I'm going to come back to this date in a minute, Obama stated, "I believe, this country succeeds when everyone gets a fair shot, when everyone does their fair share, and when everyone plays by the same rules." Those aren't Democratic or Republican values, 1% values or 99% values. They're American values, and we have to reclaim them. Now he does something interesting here rhetorically, which Krihan points out, which is that, one cannot but admire the skillful way Obama here simultaneously embraces, "We are the 99%, and defangs its recognition of a fundamental opposition between the 1% and the 99%. When he says these are not 1% values or 99%, they're everybody, but they're really not everybody's. They are also, emphatically, not everybody's rules. There is, in fact, an enormous gulf between the 99% and the 1%, which was OWS's main point. Political narratives that resonate with the common sense, this is something we've talked about all along, are a crucial part of any effective oppositional political movement. The occupation of Zuccotti Park and the hundreds of other occupations across the country may have lacked political coherence, which was quite deliberate, and may, for all their energy and enthusiasm, have soon flamed out. I'm highlighting that because I'm going to come back to this passive construction in a minute. It just disappeared under its own incoherence. But maybe they, nonetheless, represent the genuine beginning of such narrative, that is starting a new conversation. Any political narrative that runs against the grain of the prevailing hegemony faces the problem that hegemony does not just refer to a set of ideas, it is woven into the very fabric of the institutions and practices of everyday life. This is what a change in the common sense is always up against. It is hard for an embryonic conception of the world that genuinely challenges the existing hegemony to find the space to develop. Then I would just refer you back to that quote by Stuart Hall. This is what's always in play. In the aftermath, we can say that while OWS did not threaten capitalism in any serious way, and again I'm highlighting this because I'm going to come back and tear that apart, it did perhaps, as Republican pollster Frank Luntz feared, have an impact on what American people think of capitalism. That, of course, is not a discussion that can be opened up. I want to think a bit now about what kind of impact OWS actually did have. If it did not threaten capitalism in any way, what were the reactions to it? Let's take a look at a few of these in a chronological series. First is a November 22, 2011, story headline: The FBI claims it does not have any documents on Occupy Wall Street. This is the non-threat, remember. This is the thing that did not threaten capitalism. Next there's this smirky little article in Forbes on November 26, 2011, by Eric Kane. No, the crackdown against Occupy Wall Street is not the work of the shadowy elite. Subhead: Police action against Occupy Wall Street protesters has been over the top, but that doesn't mean the government and economic elites are coordinating the crackdown. Then, about 1 year later, the Partnership for Civil Justice obtained redacted documents showing that FBI offices and agents around the country were in high gear conducting surveillance against the movement, even as early as August 2011. You should note that this is several months before Obama made his statements, saying we're all in this together. He probably didn't know what the FBI was doing. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Also, this a month prior to the establishment of the OWS encampment in Zuccotti Park and other Occupy actions around the country. This was before things even happened. I'll come back to that in a minute. This production, which we believe is just the tip of the iceberg, is a window into the nationwide scope of the FBI's surveillance, monitoring, and reporting on peaceful protests organizing within the Occupy movement. This is from the Partnership for Civil Justice report. These documents show that the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are treating protests against the corporate and banking structure of America as potential criminal and terrorist activity. The word terrorism or terrorist keeps coming up again and again in ways that I will describe. These documents also show these federal agencies were functioning as a de facto intelligence arm of Wall Street and corporate America. Then we learn a bit more from this article, about a year later, June 27, 2013, by Todd Gitlin in Mother Jones, what the Occupy Wall Street crackdown can teach us about NSA spying. The original location for the protests was not going to be Zuccotti Park. But when the Occupy Wall Street people arrived at their intended location, it was already blocked off. What Gitlin is talking about in this article is two things. One is the surveillance, which these documents demonstrated was beginning to occur as early as July or August of 2011, months before the occupation, but also the infiltration of the Occupy movement. These are activities with which the FBI and other elements of the security state have a very long and nefarious history. The most notorious of these was the COINTELPRO program, which we've talked about a little bit, which infiltrated the civil rights movement and anti-war movements. Again, those are tactics that are still being used by the FBI and instigated a number of problems that will come up in just a minute. Let me turn now to the Black Lives Matter movement, which is clearly an ongoing struggle to reconfigure the so-called criminal justice system. Much as the OWS movement opened up some areas for dialogue that have really not been on the agenda, so has BLM. Black Lives Matter started with the killing of Michael Brown in August of 2014. But there have been an enormous number of well-publicized murders of African American men since then. It is quite clear that this is an ongoing set of issues, as the list grows continuously. But I'm very interested in the way in which the state and elites have responded to this movement. One of the responses, the state response, the elite response, is that the FBI now has a new category of concern: black identity extremists. It was first described in a document dated August 3, 2017, entitled Black Identity Extremists, Likely Motivated to Target Law Enforcement Officers. The cover also indicates that the document is unclassified, for official use only, and is law enforcement, sensitive information. It is clearly aimed at criminalizing what should be protected behavior. These are some key quotes from the report. Keep in mind that this is elite response to popular resistance. The FBI assesses it is very likely black identity extremist perception of police brutality against African Americans spurred an increase in premeditated, retaliatory lethal violence against law enforcement. There's no evidence for this, by the way, whatsoever. The statistics do not support an increase in police-directed violence and will very likely serve as justification for such violence. The FBI assesses it is very likely incidents of alleged police abuse against African Americans since then have continued to feed the resurgence in ideologically motivated, violent criminal activity within the B movement. There is a category that was just invented. It's already a movement. I mean, this is extraordinarily quick, even for the FBI. Even though the report mentions in a footnote that political activism and strong rhetoric by themselves don't amount to extremism and may be constitutionally protected, it identifies anger with police or anti-white rhetoric as indicators of a potential violent threat. You can imagine how this kind of rhetoric is mobilized in law enforcement. It doesn't take much imagination. The FBI says there are 9 persistent extremist movements in the United States at present. These include white supremacy, black identities, militia, sovereign citizens, anarchists, abortion, animal rights, environmental rights, and Puerto Rican nationalism. These are the things that the FBI thinks of as constituting terrorist threats. I want to turn now to the J20 protests, because these are also extremely interesting and troubling indicators of how elites are responding to legitimate resistance through tactics of criminalization and intimidation. This narrative should frighten anyone who's concerned about the future of both free assembly and dissent in the U.S. In this activity, police swept up over 200 protesters, journalists, legal observers. Police used the tactic of kettling, in which they use some kind of confining material like netting to force people into confined areas and then arrest them en masse. That's what happened here. The charges included felony rioting, inciting or urging others to riot, conspiracy to riot, and property destruction. Allegedly, about $100,000 of property damage occurred during this set of events. The charges all stem from the same mass arrest. What made the charges all the more troubling was that prosecutors then failed to allege that the bulk of defendants did anything specifically unlawful. This is what becomes particularly troubling about this case. Rather, merely being at the protest itself was a crime, that is, they didn't find specific evidence of anybody particularly doing anything, but just being there now has turned into a crime. Felony rioting carries a penalty of up to 10 years in prison and a $25,000 fine. These were not insignificant charges. Prosecutors very quickly did what prosecutors are now being accused of in many instances. They're overcharging. They just pile charges on. As a side note, but very significant, prosecutors have the most discretion of anyone in the entire criminal justice system. They can determine whether someone should be arrested, charged, what they should be charged with, whether to go to court, whether to plead it out, and so on. Prosecutors have enormous discretion. In this case, as in many others, they started piling charges on. The grand jury, secret grand jury, returned a superseding indictment that added inciting or urging to riot and conspiracy to riot to the list of crimes, turning what would, in many cases, have been misdemeanors into potential felonies. The new charges brought the number of felony counts up from 1 to 8 for each person, and the amount of time defendants faced from 10 years to more than 70 years in prison. The Department of Justice requested that the web host provider DreamHost share all of the information associated with its customers who utilized the disruptj20.org website. To comply, this would have meant that they needed to turn over the 1.3 million IP addresses of those who visited the disruptj20.org site, a move that would have amounted essentially to a list of individuals potentially politically opposed to Trump. The DOJ subsequently modified this request. They didn't withdraw it, but they modified it. Similarly, the DOJ issued a warrant, subsequently dropped, against Facebook that would have required the company to turn over the names of all 6,000 people who liked the disruptj20.org page. All of these things finally worked their way into court. In December 2017, the first 6 defendants were found not guilty. This made the prosecution rethink the case a bit, but not drop it. Finally, in January 2018, the DOJ dropped charges against 129 defendants. 59 defendants still, at that point, faced charges. 21 of them eventually did accept plea deals and pled to misdemeanors. In July of 2018, the DOJ dropped the charges against the remaining 38 defendants. In essence, the prosecutors were unable to get any convictions when anyone went before a jury. Eventually, the Department of Justice realized that they had overreached and withdrew the case. Though DOJ lost on many of the specifics, the chilling effects of these prosecutions cannot be overstated. The DOJ prosecutors also learned a few lessons from this case. One of the most recent manifestations of those lessons is a bill, H.R. 6054, the Unmasking Antifa Act of 2018 that was introduced in the last Congress. You can tell by the title it has a fairly specific intent, quite literally unmasking Antifa. The act now makes it a crime, and includes a prison sentence of up to 15 years, for anyone who injures, oppresses, threatens, or intimidates any person while wearing a mask or disguise, a bill that telegraphs the government's future attempts to prosecute the masked protesters they failed to criminalize in the J20 trial. The tie to the J20 prosecution is that this was one of the grounds for acquittals that the jury used. When they were presented with the case, they couldn't identify specific people because many of them, in fact, were masked. This will unmask those people and make them available for prosecution. Let me use that example to continue a discussion about the future of protest, which is, in fact, being criminalized. This is the resistance part and the response part. Resistance is rising all over the place. If you are elites and want to preserve the advantages that the status quo provides, how do you deal with that? Well, one way is to make that resistance illegal. As of January 19, 2017, Republican lawmakers in 5 states had proposed bills to criminalize peaceful protest. Just 4 days later, that number increased to 10 states. Our old friend Alec is behind many of these bills. They have model legislation on how to criminalize protests, including many laws that involve so-called critical infrastructure, by which they typically mean oil and gas pipelines. At this point 10 states have enacted anti-protest legislation, and 35 additional states have considered it. Some bills have been defeated and some are pending. But, typically, this is the way ALEC operates. They bring legislators in for workshop/conference sessions, they send them home with model bills that they've already voted on, the legislators bring these back to their own legislature, and this begins to sweep the country. In some states, nonviolent demonstrating may soon carry increased legal risks, including punishing fines and significant prison terms. Sometimes these are simply put on the books as chilling measures. If people know they're facing horrific kinds of penalties, the likelihood that they may come out for a protest, even a very peaceful and legal protest, is enormously discouraged, so the new legislation often includes punishing fines, significant prison terms for people who participate in protests involving civil disobedience. The proposals, which strengthen or supplement existing laws addressing blocking or obstructing traffic, come in response to a string of high-profile highway closures and other actions that have been led by groups like Black Lives Matter and opponents of the Dakota Access Pipeline. In North Dakota, for instance, Republicans introduced a bill in 2017 that would allow motorists to run over and kill any protester obstructing a highway as long as a driver did it accidentally. It didn't pass, but it will come back. A Minnesota bill introduced by Republicans in 2018 seeks to dramatically stiffen fines for freeway protests. It would allow prosecutors to seek a full year of jail time for protesters blocking the highway. You can imagine as these penalties are rolled out, the effect on even legal and peaceful protest is severely dampened. Republicans in Washington state have proposed a plan to reclassify as a felony civil disobedience protests that are deemed economic terrorism. As you might imagine, this is a very flexible term. These kinds of charges have been lodged against animal rights activists, environmental activists, and so forth. This is part of what's going on. North Dakota now, in February of 2019, seeks to restrict access to public records after Standing Rock reporting exposed law enforcement abuses. Through Freedom of Information Act requests, people got access to law enforcement records that demonstrated the ways in which the police, the National Guard, military, Homeland Security, were mobilized to very strenuously and significantly repress these protests even when they were legal and justified. This is, again, another way to cut off the possibility of protesting in this case by simply restricting access to information. This set of activities is not just happening in the US. We see a similar reaction to the Yellow Vest movement in France. I think this movement has been largely misinterpreted. It arose as a reaction to attacks on gasoline. It was immediately portrayed as a protest against taking any action on climate change, which is not at all what the protesters were about, and their slogan actually demonstrates this. Rich people are worried about the end of the world. We're basically worried about the end of the month. These are people, working class people, who really are having a very difficult time making ends meet, and are protesting either the delinquent actions of the government or the positive actions of the government that are repressing them further. But in reaction, just as in the US, the reaction is not to remedy the situation, or even to open up the avenues for dissent, but rather to close them down. This is building on an already declared state of emergency that now has gone on for quite a long time in France. The Yellow Vest protests are in about their third month. But now police prefects will be able to ban any individual from attending a public protest for a month. All that's required is that the government believes serious reasons exist to think that their behavior constitutes a particularly grave threat to public order. Anyone banned in that way will be added to a government watch list, of course. Interior and Justice ministers will be authorized to put in place automated monitoring of personal information in order to ensure surveillance. These are people who are rather arbitrarily designated as a threat to public order. They become listed and surveilled. Police officers will be powered on the say-so of the state prosecutor to search bags and cars of anyone at a protest or its immediate surroundings. This codifies into law an existing practice. It will now be an offense to conceal voluntarily, totally, or partially, one's face in order not to be identified in such circumstances as would provide fears of a threat to public order. Wearing a mask at a protest was already punishable with a €1,500 fine, but its upper limit will now be increased to a €15,000 fine and a year in prison. Again, you can see the chilling effect this might produce. In conclusion, let me draw a few lessons from these cases. As the response from the state and elites moves more to the coercion end of the spectrum, I would suggest this is a sign of failing legitimacy. Remember, we talked about this continuum from coercion to hegemony, where hegemony is really consent of the governed. This move to the coercive is, I think, an indication that legitimacy is failing. Once it slips away, the governed may be inclined to withdraw their consent, that is, they may not be so happy with the governance structure, which may, in turn, lead to ever greater resistance. The question then is the one that I ended up with last Tuesday: will this resistance lead to a responsive change or to greater brutality? If, as we have been arguing, capitalism is at the root of many of these problems, will we move towards socialism, or something like it, or move away even more deeply into the current system, toward a more brutal barbarism? Many people will recall the incident in November 2011 from UC Davis that went viral. This was a very peaceful Occupy Wall Street protest at UC Davis. A UC Davis police officer just went along the line of seated protesters, continually spraying them with pepper spray. It was very traumatic, I mean really traumatic, especially for Officer Pike, who got a $38,000 settlement for emotional distress. The students eventually received a collective $1 million settlement, about $30,000 per student. But you can see in this incident, not only the ability, but the willingness to use this extreme kind of coercion under the right circumstances when elites and their representatives in the state feel threatened. I'm just going to stop with this and then talk about this more next time. But it is clear that elites are starting to feel some pressure from below. The bumbling herd, as Noam has talked about it, are starting to assert themselves a little too much. Chomsky Lecture, February 21, 2019. Our topic this week is resistance and the reaction to resistance. Marv mentioned a long list of examples of resistance activities. I'd like to take a look at several of them a little more closely. It's instructive to see what works, what fails, what the reasons are, what we can learn from these experiences. In the 60s there was a major revival of activism. That was after a quiescent period through the 50s. Activism was then at a very low level. That was in part because of the Cold War hysteria that demonized any form of protest, but in part it was just because, as we discussed earlier, it was a period of substantial economic growth within the framework of regulated capitalism. Economists often call it the Golden Age. In Europe, the same period, the period of recovery from wartime damage and then proceeding beyond, is called the Trente Glorieuses, the 30 Glorious. Growth was high and was egalitarian, the lowest and highest quintiles had about the same growth rates. There were prospects for a better life after the Great Depression and the war. So there was a sense of relief that we can go on with our lives and put the problems of the world aside. For a while at least. Activism revived in the early 60s, building on earlier foundations, taking new and innovative forms. A fair question is what it achieved. The general elite assessment is largely negative. The 60s was the time of troubles, caused in part by failures of the institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young. One way to evaluate this judgment, and more significantly, to evaluate the actual impact of the activism that took off in the 60s and then expanded, is to look at what the country was like in the 60s and how it has changed. Not thanks to gifts from enlightened leaders but from popular struggle. As late as the 1960s, as noted earlier, the United States had severe anti-miscegenation laws. When the Nazis were looking for a model for their racist Nuremberg laws, the only one they could find was the American one. But they couldn't fully accept the American laws because they were too harsh. The American laws were based on the principle of one drop of blood. So if any remote ancestor was black, you're black. That was too extreme for Hitler and Goebbels. These laws lasted in the US until the 1960s. So did vicious racism. One case that became known thanks to the courage of the victim's mother is the brutal murder of Emmett Till in 1955. He was a 14-year-old boy from Chicago who was visiting relatives in the South. He was accused of having spoken the wrong way to a white woman. She later recanted and said it wasn't true. A few days after this alleged event, he was picked up by a couple of relatives of the woman's and viciously tortured, his eyes gouged out. Then murdered. His body was so mutilated that they could barely identify him. When the murderers, who were at once identified, were put on trial, they were quickly released on the grounds that the body couldn't be identified. An all-white jury, of course. Well, this case became known only because his mother didn't drop it, an act of unusual courage under the circumstances, and a black newspaper picked it up. Finally, it became known. Which was unusual. The racism was backed by law. That's important to remember. Under New Deal legislation, during the 1950s, pleasant suburban communities were developed with public funding, the Levitowns and others. By law they were restricted to the Caucasian race. That went on until the late 1960s. Even liberals supported the racist legislation, for very good reasons. There was no other way to get public housing passed. Congress would not pass the laws unless the funding was restricted to whites. The reason was that the Democratic Party was a strange coalition of Southern Democrats and Northern working class and professionals. The Southern Democrats had enormous power because they were elected over and over, and with their seniority were able to control committees. To get New Deal legislation passed in the 1930s, it had to be racist. So, for example, Social Security was designed to exclude the professions in which the workers were mostly black or Hispanic. Agricultural work and domestic employment were excluded. There was no other way to get Social Security passed. Same with public housing. All of that had a lasting impact. In the 1950s, almost for the first time since slaves were brought to the colonies, there were substantial opportunities for black people to get decent jobs. Black men could get a job in an auto plant, make a little money, buy a house, and so on. But they couldn't get houses under the federal system because that was blocked. That's important. In the United States, the main source of wealth is housing. So they were blocked from building up some limited wealth. By the 70s, after the racist laws were overturned, it was possible for African Americans to move into Levittowns and other middle-class housing. It was, however, too late. That's when the neoliberal regime was imposed. Jobs declined, stagnation set in. There's a lasting effect of the deeply rooted racism that traces back to the hideous crimes of slavery. One consequence is that the total wealth of black families averages around $5,000, virtually nothing. It's a fraction of the wealth of white families. So these segregated housing laws, and their much deeper roots, had long-term effects. Well, take another category, women. As discussed earlier, when the country was established, it took over British law, under which women were property. That persisted for a long time, until 1975, when the Supreme Court determined that women were peers with a legal right to serve on federal juries. In the 60s, the fate of Native Americans was barely recognized. Even leading anthropologists vastly underestimated not only the scale of the pre-contact population but also the nature of their rich and complex civilizations, though the colonists knew better from direct experience. That changed a great deal thanks to the activism of the 60s and its aftermath. Not enough, but the civilizing impact of activism was again substantial. Another crucial fact was that aggression and subversion were not only acceptable but admirable. We've discussed a number of cases, which were not exceptions but rather the norm, and which reverberate to the present: the CIA overthrow of the parliamentary regimes in Iran and Guatemala in the early 50s, among others. A very crucial example from the early post-war years is the U.S. intervention in Vietnam. As discussed earlier, the U.S. was, in general, opposed to allowing imperial preference systems in the liberal international order it sought to establish. In the early post-war years, it was ambivalent about how to deal with these systems. In principle, they were to be dismantled, but in the short term the reconstruction of the industrial systems of Western Europe within the U.S. global system required access to the resources and raw materials of the colonies. Another question for policymakers was how the colonies might act after independence. Would they become viruses that might spread contagion, or would they be easily incorporated within the U.S. global system? Policies varied depending on assessment of these factors. Vietnam was one of the cases of ambivalence. The Ho Chi Minh government sought friendly relations with the U.S. Its constitution was modeled on the U.S. Constitution. The ambivalence ended in 1949 with the loss of China. The U.S. at once decided to support the French effort to reconquer their former colonies so that nothing else would be lost. There were powerful motives, discussed earlier. The U.S. intervention was substantial. 80% of French arms were coming from the United States. Finally, France capitulated. There was an international conference at Geneva in 1954, which arranged a settlement. As we now know from internal documents, the U.S. government regarded that as a disaster and intervened directly to block it. In violation of the Geneva Accords, the U.S. imposed the Diem government in the South and refused to allow the planned elections to unify the country, which Washington took for granted that Ho would easily win. The Diem dictatorship instituted harsh repression, killing perhaps 60 to 70,000 people through the 50s, finally eliciting resistance. North Vietnam at first discouraged resistance, still hoping to maintain the political settlement and to reconstruct from the French-US War. The program of the Southern Resistance, the National Liberation Front, called for neutralization of South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Resistance became strong enough so that the Diem regime couldn't control it. When Kennedy came into office, he immediately escalated the war in ways we discussed. There was scarcely any reporting about any of this, even the direct bombing of South Vietnam by the U.S. Air Force under South Vietnamese markings, but that fooled no one. I recall learning about this from a brief item on an inside page of the New York Times. But the resistance was resilient and in fact seemed poised to take over the South. President Johnson came into office and sharply escalated the war. There is a widespread belief that Kennedy was planning to withdraw U.S. troops and that Johnson abandoned the plans in favor of escalation. There's no time to go into the matter here, I have done so in detail elsewhere, but it is a myth, based on misreading of internal documents and misunderstanding of the facts on the ground. To his last days, Kennedy was at the hawkish end of the spectrum, insisting that U.S. troops could only be withdrawn after victory. By the early 60s, some protest began. It was very scattered. I was giving talks literally in someone's living room or in a church with half a dozen people. And there were some broader protests, but it was not easy. Just to illustrate what the attitude was like, well into the 60s, take Boston, where I was living, maybe the most liberal city in the country. An international day of protest was scheduled for October 1965. The local anti-war groups participated with a march from Harvard Square to the Boston Common, the usual place for demonstrations and protest. I was supposed to be one of the speakers. The meeting was broken up by protesters, many of them students. Speakers were protected by state police, who may have hated us but didn't want to see bloodshed on the Boston Common. The events were major front-page news the next day in the Boston Globe, a serious newspaper then, perhaps the most liberal in the country. The news reports and opinion pieces were outraged at the protesters, not the patriotic actions to prevent any protest. That was the first International Day of Protest. There was a second International Day of Protest in March 1966. We realized that it wouldn't be possible to have a public meeting, so we decided to meet in a church, the Arlington Street Church. The church was attacked, lots of police to prevent a break-in to the church, but tomatoes, cans, and so on. That was early 1966. Right about then the respected military historian and Vietnam specialist Bernard Fall-No-Dove, highly respected even by the Pentagon, forecast that Vietnam as a cultural and historic entity, is threatened with extinction. The countryside literally dies under the blows of the largest military machine ever unleashed on an area of this size. A little after that, a mass movement did finally develop and reached an impressive scale, moving from protest to resistance, including courageous refusal of young men to serve in a criminal war. In January 1968, there was a huge uprising in South Vietnam, one of the most amazing in history. The country was saturated with over 500,000 American troops. The Saigon Army added another 700,000 to 800,000. There were informers everywhere. Every village was penetrated. Nevertheless, Washington and the Saigon government were taken completely by surprise. What that indicates is that the degree of support for the South Vietnamese resistance must have been pretty remarkable. Elite circles drew a different lesson, that the promise that victory was in sight was not going to be fulfilled. President Johnson considered sending several 100,000 more troops to South Vietnam, but the top military command objected. They said that if the war was escalated further, they would need the troops for civil disorder control in the United States. Young people, women, others would be protesting in the streets. The impact of the popular movement against the war was quite serious. One of the revelations of the Pentagon Papers. By then, mass movements had taken off in many areas, the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, the germs of others, like the feminist and environmental movements that truly took off in later years. Let's take a look at the first of the 60s movements, the civil rights movement, which of course has a long and brutal history that goes back to the slaves who were brought 400 years ago with the first settlers. What followed is a hideous story, some of it just coming to light in recent scholarship by Edward Baptist, Sven Beckert, and others, who have also brought out the enormous contribution of the slave labor camps in the South to the wealth and development of the United States and also England. Cotton was rather like oil today, it was the fuel of the first industrial revolution, manufacturing, finance, commerce, retail, right through the 19th century. Slavery formally ended in the 1860s. The Civil War was followed by the decade of Reconstruction, in which black people actually had an opportunity to enter into mainstream American life, to work and get elected to office and so on. The Freedmen's Bureau, established by President Lincoln as a branch of the War Department shortly before his assassination, sent thousands of agents to the South to protect the newly freed slaves and also to ensure their welfare, with quite extensive programs. The great African-American scholar and activist W.E.B. Du Bois described it as the most extraordinary and far-reaching institution of social uplift that America has ever attempted. But not for long. Vicious atrocities against freed slaves continued, becoming a shameful plague after federal troops were withdrawn, and the Bureau was closed in the 1877 North-South Compromise to settle the presidential election. Southerners were then free to do whatever they wanted in effect, to restore slavery. One of the major books on the topic, by Douglas Blackman, Wall Street Journal Atlanta bureau chief, is simply called Slavery by Another Name. Black life was effectively criminalized. If a black man was standing on a corner, he could be accused of vagrancy and fined. Since of course he couldn't pay it, he'd go to jail and then be lost in the criminal justice system. If he was charged with looking at a white woman, he could be accused of attempted rape and then be in real trouble. Meanwhile, the savagery of the slave system reappeared in other forms. Soon the whole system was pretty much back to where it was, restoring slavery. And providing a perfect workforce for private enterprise, no rights, no protests, harsh conditions, and no need to waste money on maintaining the workforce. The state took care of that. The part that's familiar is what was visible, the chain gangs. But in reality, this convenient system provided a large part of the workforce for the Second Industrial Revolution from the late 19th century, with a residue almost to World War II. The South was the scene of horrible atrocities, massacres, torture, lynchings that went on into the 1950s. There was constant courageous resistance by the victims, but it was crushed, brutally. There were some gains over the years, sometimes by working-class struggle that brought about interracial solidarity. But the record remained awful. By the 1950s there were some steps forward, but it was pretty shocking to see how they were achieved. Many of you may remember the picture of federal troops sent to accompany a little girl who was walking to a formerly segregated school, facing jeering, furious crowds screaming at her, eager to kill her. That was 1950s America. There were several turning points. One was in 1960, in Greensboro, North Carolina. 4 black students decided to sit in at the segregated lunch counter in Woolworth's. They were arrested for the crime, which could have ended it, except that others came back. Pretty soon it spread to other colleges. Shortly after that, SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was formed, becoming the spearhead of the civil rights movement on the ground. Young people, mostly black, but they were joined by some whites. They became freedom riders, traveling to rural areas to encourage black farmers to be willing to vote, which was extremely dangerous and hazardous in the culture of barbarous racism. Hazardous to the activists, as well. A number of them were murdered. One place that became a center of the civil rights movement was Spelman College in Atlanta, a college for black girls, who were also taught to be ladies. They were taught decorum, the way to act and what clothes to wear and so on. I should add that these practices were not restricted to black colleges. At the Ivy League university I attended in the 1940s, there were obligatory orientation courses for freshman girls where they learned how to serve tea properly and other such necessities of civilized life, and the elite universities had similar ways of socializing young gentlemen. Another feature of American life that was swept away by 60s activism. At Spelman, a problem arose. Some of the students began to become active in the growing civil rights movement. Worse, they had some faculty support, notably a guy named Howard Zinn who was teaching there. Zinn supported the students, including some who became quite prominent in later years, like Alice Walker and Marion Wright Edelman. He was duly fired in 1963 on fake charges. Stoughton Lind, a radical historian who was also teaching there, resigned in protest. But it was too late to stop the wave. By then it had really developed, under the leadership of Martin Luther King, a truly historic figure. In 1963 King led an enormous demonstration in Washington, a major step toward the Civil Rights Act of 1964 enacted under the vigorous leadership of President Johnson. That was the main official achievement of the civil rights movement. Official achievement, no less significant was its impact on the general culture. A few years later came the termination of the racist laws I mentioned before. But racist brutality persisted, and still does. After the 1964 Civil Rights Act, protests and demonstrations continued. One of the major ones was in Jackson, Mississippi. A quick look at the situation then and now tells us something more about the impact of popular struggles. Howard Zinn and I went down to take part in the demonstration and also to provide some support for the mostly young black and white demonstrators. When you wear a tie and jacket and you're white, you have some extra space, though often not too much. State police were brutally beating demonstrators. There were federal marshals sent to observe and in principle to enforce the law. According to credible reports by demonstrators, they were standing on the steps of the federal building, and if demonstrators tried to flee from the police to the federal building, the marshals would throw them back into the crowd. When the demonstrations wound down, Howard and I were able to visit a jail, anointing ourselves a delegation of New England professors. The police chief took us through the jail. By the standards of jails I've seen quite a few, it wasn't that bad. The prisoners were all black. As we were walking down one hall, passing a cell with about 50 or 60 black men, a little kid, maybe 10 years old, tapped on the bars. I walked over and he asked me if I could get him a cup of water. I asked the police chief, who said okay, and I was able to do it. When we got back to the chief's office afterward, we asked what that little kid was doing in the cell with all those men. He asked a secretary to look it up. It turned out that they'd found him in the streets and they didn't know who he was. So they put him in jail, to spend the rest of his life there. Nobody knows how many people there are like that. A slice of life after the main achievement of the civil rights movement. Well, the movement didn't end. By now, Jackson has a black mayor, Chokwe Lumumba, a longtime activist in Jackson. He won very easily on a platform of, in his words, turning Jackson into the most radical city on the planet. He's well on his way to doing that. Not the Jackson of 1964. There are real victories. It takes a long time, a lot of bitterness and pain, but sometimes committed struggle yields real successes. Not always, of course. The history of Martin Luther King is illustrative, and worth looking into more closely. King is greatly honored, rightly. On Milk Day, he is praised as a great figure. The praise usually ends with his inspiring "I Have a Dream" speech from 1963. It would be hard to find mention of another remarkable speech of his eloquent "I've Been to the Mountaintop" speech. This was in Memphis, Tennessee, on April 3, 1968, the day before he was assassinated. By that time, he had lost the liberal support that had remained strong as long as his targets were racist sheriffs in Alabama. After the Civil Rights Act of 1964, King moved on. He began to criticize the Vietnam War, sharply. He shifted his organizing activities to the North, to racism in the North not quite the right thing to do. Worse still, he was bringing up class issues. He was organizing a poor people's campaign, black and white. He was in Memphis to support a strike of sanitation workers, considered the lowest of the low. On April 4, the day after his "I've been to the mountaintop," he was assassinated. He seems to have had a premonition. His speech comes to its climax with the words, "And he's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over. And I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you. But I want you to know tonight, that we, as a people, will get to the promised land." His plan was to lead a march from Memphis through the cities in the South where the great demonstrations had taken place and then on to Washington. After his death, the march took place, led by his wife, Coretta King. When they got to Washington, they set up a tent city called Resurrection City, appealing to Congress controlled by liberal Democrats to do something about poverty in general. They didn't get anywhere. As soon as the permit ran out, they were evicted. That ended the Poor People's Movement. Struggle for rights is a work in progress, and the trajectory is not steady. We are now in the 40th year of a period of regression. I've been talking about the successes of the activism of the past years. It hasn't come to an end. There may be more committed young activists today, in many areas, than in the time of troubles. Still, it's useful to look back and see how far we've regressed, alongside many successes. You've probably noticed that a couple of days ago Elizabeth Warren initiated child care legislation, a bill calling for universal high-quality child care, as in other developed countries, even some others. Here it is considered highly controversial. It's interesting to compare it with legislation that was introduced in 1971, passed by large majorities in Congress. It was called the Comprehensive Child Development Act. You can find it on the internet. It went well beyond what Warren is proposing today. It was introduced by Senators Walter Mondale and John Burdamus, two progressive senators, and vetoed by President Nixon because it was endorsing a communal approach to child rearing, harming families and opening the door to communism. Another illustration of American exceptionalism. Struggle is a long work in progress. Lacking the participation of engaged activist movements, a very long struggle, with uncertain outcomes. I've been talking about activism and resistance and their consequences. Let's look more closely at these. Perhaps the most interesting case is the aftermath of the Vietnam War. The popular movement did have a significant effect on bringing the war finally to an end. It took a long time. By 1968, after the Tet Offensive, the US began to de-escalate, to move to negotiations. But the war went on. Some of the worst atrocities took place afterward. One is famous, the My Lai massacre, which was actually a footnote to much worse crimes. There was a Quaker center for refugees and health care right nearby. They knew right away about the My Lai massacre, but barely reacted. A friend was working at the center, Claire Culhane, a Canadian nurse. She told me that they paid little attention because similar atrocities were going on all the time, everywhere. The official Peers Commission, which investigated the My Lai massacre, by accident came across a similar one at the village of Maiki a few kilometers away, which gives some sense of the density. But these massacres on the ground were minor as compared with the intensive bombing of heavily populated areas causing huge casualties, investigated in depth by Newsweek bureau chief Kevin Buckley. When the journal published only limited excerpts, Buckley provided me with much additional information that Edward Herman and I published in our 1979 book Political Economy of Human Rights. My Lai pales into insignificance in comparison. But outrage focused on the criminal acts of half-crazed GIs in the field, who didn't know who was going to shoot at them next. Not on the gentlemen in air-conditioned offices who were orchestrating mass slaughter of miserable civilians by intensive bombing of heavily populated areas. Despite the continuing, even escalating massacres, military policies were changing. One reason was that the army was falling apart and the top brass wanted it to be withdrawn. Soldiers were killing officers and dropping out on drugs. They didn't want to fight this horrible war anymore. Organized opposition from within the military also developed, in this case with close relations with the anti-war movement at home, Vietnam Veterans Against the War, which carried out protests and conducted war crimes trials where soldiers testified about their experiences, to great effect. The military command learned a lesson, one that other imperial powers had known about for a long time. You can't fight a brutal colonial war with a civilian army, people you just pick up off the streets. They are not trained to slaughter civilians. That's why the British relied on Gurkhas and the French on their Foreign Legion. Post-Vietnam, the US has moved in the same direction, relying on contractors, professional killers and special forces. And on murder from a distance, the drone warfare perfected by Obama to assassinate people who are thought to be planning to harm Americans. We might incidentally ask ourselves what the reaction would be if, say, Iran had a major program to assassinate people who are not just thought to be harming Iran but are in fact doing so on a major scale. The popular movement against the war had a lasting impact on the general culture. The government no longer had the free rein it once did for Vietnam-style wars of aggression. That became clear very soon. In 1981, Reagan took office, planning for intervention in Central America. His administration tried to duplicate almost point by point what Kennedy had done in the early 1960s. First came an official white paper providing the rationale for defense against communist aggression. Then a major propaganda campaign about the terrible threat of international terrorism directed by Russia and Cuba. Next would come intervention of US forces to counter the threat, which was portrayed as serious indeed. At one point Reagan even declared a national emergency because of the threat to our existence posed by the government of Nicaragua, warning that its troops were only 2 days marching time from Harlingen, Texas. Like the hordes invading us today. It didn't work. As soon as the campaign was launched, there was a strong reaction from church groups, anti-war organizations, and much of the public. The Wall Street Journal published a devastating critique of the white paper, in the Kennedy years, that was done by the great independent journalist I.F. Stone in his weekly, and dismissed. Not in the 80s. Soon the Reaganites backed off. What happened was awful enough, but the US wars in Central America were nothing like Vietnam. 20 years later, the US and UK invaded Iraq. For the first time in the history of imperial wars, there was enormous protest even before the war was officially launched. Again, what happened was horrible enough. We're still seeing the terrible effects. But it was nothing like Vietnam. There were some restraints, which I think can fairly be attributed to popular attitudes, what the prominent Reaganite intellectual Norman Podhoretz called the sickly inhibition against the use of military force, the dreaded Vietnam syndrome. Well, there's a lot more to say about protest and resistance, and I'll return to it. But let's turn to government reactions. The most significant one I know of is discussed in the paper on domestic terrorism that Marv posted, a paper of mine that is primarily concerned with the government program called COINTELPRO Counterintelligence Program, a program of the FBI, the National Political Police, discussing also earlier and much more severe state repression at the time the FBI was established. COINTELPRO started around 1960. It was exposed finally in 1973, right at about the time of Watergate. The revelations of COINTELPRO and of Watergate, and the reaction to them, provide a graphic example of the comparisons that we've been discussing throughout, and what they teach us about the intellectual culture, about prevailing common sense. Watergate was considered an extraordinary crisis, the worst constitutional crisis in the history of the country. But it was overcome. The famous liberal historian Henry Steele Commager wrote in the New York Times that the attack on the foundations of the Republic was overcome in a stunning vindication of our constitutional system. Recall that this was at the same time that the COINTELPRO revelations were starting to leak out. In fact, Watergate was a tea party in comparison to COINTELPRO, a far more serious attack on the constitutional system which was hardly vindicated by the marginal reaction. There was a crucial distinction between Watergate and COINTELPRO. Watergate, carried out by a bunch of minor thugs that Nixon recruited, was targeting people who matter, the Democratic Party, half of the political power in the country. COINTELPRO was an operation of the National Political Police, targeting all of the popular movements that developed in the 60s, and in far more extreme ways than anything contemplated in the Watergate operations. COINTELPRO started, of course, by aiming at the Communist Party, or what was left of it. By then probably 3/4 of the Communist Party were FBI infiltrators, whose dues were keeping the party alive. But there was still something around. Then it went after the Puerto Rican Liberation Movement and the American Indian Movement. It continued to broaden its scope, finally targeting the entire New Left, quite a considerable part of the population by the late 60s. Martin Luther King was a particular target. Also the anti-war movement, of course, and then beyond. It was an extensive program of terror and disruption, intimidation, and FBI instigation of violence. It was initiated and pursued under the most liberal Democratic administrations, then carried forward under Nixon. It reached the level of outright political assassination, the Fred Hampton case, to which I'll return. FBI agents incited and sometimes carried out arson and other violent acts, attacked college officials, including college presidents on the stage, all blamed on student activists. The FBI went so far as to form actual paramilitary organizations, which carried out violence, mainly in San Diego, seeking to blame the acts on the left. Something that you might bear in mind today. By the late 60s, movement groups came to realize that they were very likely infiltrated by police or FBI agents. They learned to try to identify the likely infiltrators, the ones who would show up as government witnesses in trials. That turned out not to be very difficult. If someone looked like a hippie from Central Casting, he was probably an infiltrator. Same if someone was shouting off the cops or "let's blow things up." I was deeply involved in resistance activities and groups supporting resistance. We all knew that if you wanted to do anything serious, say something that involved a person's life, you did it with affinity groups, people you knew personally. Never even in a staff meeting of a resistance organization because you just couldn't trust all of those present, too many infiltrators around. The prime target of COINTELPRO, as you might guess, was black activist movements. There were many black criminal gangs, but they were of little interest to the FBI. What concerned official Washington was groups trying to organize communities, a real problem. Much like the viruses in the international arena. The main such group was the Black Panthers. We now have a lot of released documents about the FBI campaign against the Panthers, some quoted in the posted article. The Panthers were portrayed as a major threat to the country, the usual pattern of concocting terrifying enemies that we've been discussing. The FBI estimated that this frightening organization had about 800 members. It was decimated. The particular targets of COINTELPRO were organizers and activists carrying out service to the community, free breakfasts, things like that. Fred Hampton, who was assassinated, was recognized to be one of the most successful organizers and most promising leaders of the Panthers. The FBI ran a major program to get rid of this dangerous figure. This was in Chicago. There was a black criminal gang called the Blackstone Rangers. The FBI fabricated letters they sent to the Rangers. The letters pretended to be from a simple black guy from the ghetto, written in fake dialect, who had picked up evidence that the Panthers were planning to kill Jeff Ford, the leader of the Rangers. The idea was to incite the Rangers to kill Hampton. None of that worked. The black groups were in contact, and easily saw through the pretense. So something else had to be done. The FBI managed to infiltrate an agent to be Fred Hampton's bodyguard, who was with him all the time. They then provided the Chicago police with fabricated documents claiming that the Panthers were stashing guns in Hampton's apartment. That was enough for the police to carry out an early morning raid on the apartment and to murder Hampton and another Panther activist, Mark Clark, who was also there, both asleep with some suspicion that they might have been drugged. Perhaps we can be frank and describe this as a Gestapo-style assassination. The police department claimed that officers were responding to fire from inside the apartment. The story was investigated by a young reporter, John Kipner, who later became one of the best investigative reporters for the New York Times. Kipner was able to establish that the bullet holes were from outside the apartment, from the police raiders. Nothing could be done through the legal system, but like Emmett Till's mother, Fred Hampton's family refused to drop the matter. They were joined by some very good young lawyers from a small law firm in Chicago, really admirable people. There's a good book about what happened by one of the lawyers, Jeffrey Haas. It's called The Assassination of Fred Hampton. After many years, they were able to get some compensation in a civil suit, but for the actual perpetrators, all the way up to Washington, nothing ever happened. Maybe some taps on the wrist. It's all unknown, like the assassination of the Jesuit intellectuals in 1989. Unknown outside the black community, that is. This murder and the broader attack on the Panthers have had a long-term impact on black communities, inducing fear and hopelessness, a sense there's nothing you can do. The Hampton assassination alone easily outweighs the Watergate charges. It's always enlightening to adopt a broader perspective. Hampton was not the only promising black leader who might have carried his community forward, but was assassinated to avert that threat. Another one at about the same time, in this case with far broader consequences, was Patrice Lumumba in the former Belgian Congo, a region with extremely rich resources and potential, which should be one of the most prosperous countries in the world, carrying Black Africa along with it. It was devastated by Belgian colonialism, perhaps the most horrendous of the European criminal operations in Africa, a pretty high bar to reach. The horrors of Belgian colonialism came to end in 1960, when Congo declared independence. Its leading figure was the young charismatic leader Patrice Lumumba, who might have extricated Congo from the misery of colonialism, perhaps leading Africa out of the darkness. But that was not to be. President Eisenhower assigned to the CIA the task of murdering him, an effort carried further under Kennedy. But the Belgians got there first, and together with the US and other liberal democracies plunged Congo back to terror and destruction under the leadership of their favorite, the murderous kleptomaniac Mobutu, who ensured that the riches of the Congo would flow in the right direction. Fast forwarding to today, those of you who enjoy smartphones and other technical delights benefit from the rich minerals of eastern Congo, handed over to the multinationals hovering nearby by vicious militias and marauders from US-backed Rwanda, while the death toll mounts to many millions. An African Hampton, one might say. An interesting question is how typical COINTELPRO was of FBI concerns in those years. Light is cast on this question by a very significant resistance action initiated by a physics professor at Haverford, Bill DeViden, a Quaker. He organized a group that managed to break into the offices of the FBI in Media, a small town in Pennsylvania, which was the main storage place for FBI documents on operations in the eastern Pennsylvania region. They stole lots of documents, which they released to the press. And they managed to get away. Years later they identified themselves. The documents they released, which were published, are highly informative. Most were about protest activities. I think 1% were about organized crime. Some were on bank robberies. Some were administrative. But the bulk of the documents were about how to repress popular activism. We don't know whether that's representative of FBI activities in general at the time. There has been some investigation but not much. It's probably a fair sample. Well, let's turn to what the future's likely to be. Marv talked a bit about the prospects for repression and violence. When we think about that, we should remember what recent history was like. It'll have to be pretty violent to go beyond what was the norm not long ago. COINTELPRO was called off under court orders in the 1970s and as far as we know, hasn't been reinstituted. My own guess is that we're likely to see softer measures in the near future, for the same reasons why you can't carry out a Vietnam-style intervention any longer. There's just too much popular opposition. The country became too civilized, at least large parts of it. So I suspect that what we'll see is more along the lines of Shoshana Zuboff's article, which was excerpted from a very interesting book of hers, a 500-page inquiry into what she calls surveillance capitalism. The basic idea is that methods are being devised to keep everyone under total surveillance. Everything you do is recorded and the data goes back to Google and tech companies who use it for commercial purposes. For example, providing the behavioral data they compile for advertisers. Personal profiles, a huge mass of data, that can be sent to advertisers who can gear their public relations activities to your particular interests and vulnerabilities and also try to control what you do. So for example, if you drive a car, there's a ton of data being picked up by the car manufacturers. They haven't known what to do with it until recently, but now they are figuring out how they can sell the data to advertisers. You can be offered some gimmick by the car dealer and in return, you agree to have the panel in front of the driver show ads. So if you're driving along Campbell Avenue and the personal data says you like Japanese restaurants, there will be an ad saying there's a Japanese restaurant in a half a mile. Things like that. With smart whatevers, smartphones or smart anything else, all the data goes to a central store accumulating massive material about you. What's called the Internet of Things is a big exciting development. This should make it possible to have almost everything around, your refrigerator or your toothbrush, anything will have a surveillance device which will collect information about what you're doing. Zuboff comments plausibly that this is a new stage in capitalism. So in capitalism, as Marv's been discussing, everything has to be turned into a commodity of some kind. First, human life was turned into labor to be bought and sold. Nature was turned by enclosures and other devices into land, privately owned land, that can be bought and sold. Ordinary exchange among people is turned into money. Now we have the new stage, experience. Human experience can be turned into behavioral data, to quote Zuboff, ready for fabrication into predictions that are bought and sold. The new stage of capitalism recognizes that serving the genuine needs of people can be less lucrative than selling predictions of their behavior. We therefore have a new model of capitalism in which devices aren't developed for your use but so that business can use the data that's collected about you, which can also be used to control. It can modify behavior to get maximum profitability. The analysis of behavior can trigger punishments in real time. Suppose you're driving a car and the insurance company sees that you didn't stop at a red light. They can warn you instantly that they're going to raise your rates, or even go as far as engine lockdowns. And they can provide rate discounts, coupons, gold stars for good behavior. It's not discussed in that article, but as you can imagine, this is being used even more intensively to control lives in the private dictatorships in which people spend most of their lives, what we call having a job. Surveillance in industry began with a supervisor who would sit somewhere and try to see what everybody's doing. That was extended with Taylorism, controlling detailed operations. Henry Ford introduced the assembly line, which was efficient but also a highly controlling device. There was a problem with the assembly line. It's so onerous that people dropped out. They couldn't stand it. They had to hire almost 1,000 workers to see if they could get 100 to stay on. That seems to be the prime reason why Henry Ford instituted the $5 wage, which is usually called an act of benevolence but was apparently a way to induce workers to stay on. The Ford Company carried out extensive surveillance of workers not only on the line, but even in their homes. Agents would go into their homes to make sure that their personal lives were being dealt with properly. Ford himself believed you had to have a healthy and moral life. Workers were subjected to close monitoring at work and at home. The new surveillance capitalism goes well beyond. Now every instant of your life can be monitored, obviously in the workplace as well. For example, in the Amazon warehouses, where work is very rough, management has worked out the shortest distances between two positions. If a worker racing from one place to another happens to go a little bit somewhere else, he gets a warning. If you get too many warnings, you're fired. Spend a little too much time in a bathroom, you're fired. Talk to the wrong people for too long, no good. Stop to look at your email for a minute or talk to somebody, and you get a demerit. It's a terrific technique of control. The delivery systems like UPS have also instituted these practices. So if the driver, say, backs up or drives too fast or stops for a cup of coffee somewhere, he'll immediately get a warning, you'd better shape up or else. Some studies indicate that this does improve productivity. UPS has been able to extend deliveries with fewer drivers, a softer version of the old slave systems where a whip and a pistol could increase productivity significantly. Now it's being used for business, for advertising, and control of the workforce. But one can be fairly confident that the same information is, or soon will be, going to the government to be stored and used if needed. The ideal, I think, is probably China, which has carried these methods very far forward. China has instituted what they call a social credit system. You're given 1,000 points and you get black marks or credit depending on how you behave. There are a few cities where it's been started experimentally. It'll presumably extend to the whole country. Surveillance cameras everywhere, face recognition. If you jaywalk, you get a black mark. If you help an old lady across the street, you might get a gold star. Over time all of this gets internalized. Pretty soon you're monitoring your own behavior because so much depends on it. It's internalized discipline. You're already seeing it in factories, and will pretty soon see it with the Internet of Things. Did you sleep too long or eat too much? You'll get a reaction, maybe a reward or punishment. It is to become internalized as a technique of control. I suspect that we'll be seeing techniques like these as a way of ensuring preferred behavior. It also separates people from one another. It's highly individualized. That's another important technique of control, used in many contexts. We've discussed a few. If we're going to be saved from some nightmare like this, as I think I mentioned before, it will be with a vibrant and dynamic organized labor movement. That's been what's spearheaded progress throughout modern history. The labor movement in the United States has been subjected to unusual violence and repression, more so than in similar countries. But it has continually revived. Now it's in a period of regression. It may revive again, and I think that's where we can expect one major source of hope, not the only one, but a major one. Chapter 7. Social Change. Waterstone Lecture, February 26, 2019. Tonight's topic, social change, is going to tie clearly to material from last week on social movements. But I'm also going to use this opportunity to tie together a whole number of things from the course and bring them to a kind of closure, hopefully. Alright. So, social change. A few quotes to begin. Once social change begins, it cannot be reversed. You cannot uneducate the person who has learned to read, you cannot humiliate the person who feels pride, you cannot oppress the people who are not afraid anymore. Cesar Chavez. The new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. This is not pointed at anyone. Max Planck. Without a revolutionary theory there cannot be a revolutionary movement. Social change and critical pedagogy, I think, involve a couple of tasks. Vladimir Lenin. For social change to occur, the first task that's necessary is to open a space for oppositional critique, not just any critique, but oppositional critique, which relies upon a recognition of the difference between what is and what ought to be, or what might be. Clearing the way toward this oppositional space is one function of critical pedagogy and critical thinking, as argued by Henry Giroux. Is and ought or might are not at all necessarily the same thing, though a dominant common sense that seeks to maintain the status quo endeavors to equate them. That is, to make the way things are the equivalent of the way things ought to be, and thereby closing down any sort of alternative imaginary. The second task, beyond opening up a space for oppositional critique, is to examine and begin to dismantle the common sense in the wide variety of areas where social change is sought. Under such circumstances, the taken for granted should never be taken for granted. For our purposes tonight, I want to discuss the prevailing common sense in three areas, and they'll be familiar to you from what we've discussed previously. First, the common sense underlying imperialism and militarism. Second, the common sense that underlies environmental and resource degradation. And third, a set of common sense ideas that underlie neoliberalism, globalization, and fictionalization. Let us return just for a moment to our familiar formula, MCCM, where, as you will recall, M is money, C is input commodity, C is the output of one cycle of production, M is more money, which is the point of the endeavor. Also, remember, this is buying in order to sell to emerge with more money at the end of each cycle. In the model, what capitalists buy as inputs are means of production and labor power. I now want to take this formula and put it into the context of the things we want to talk about this evening. So that formula is now in the middle here, and expanded, and it's going to tie a number of things into the discussion. Let's look at just the left side first, which is the point where capitalists spend money, and they buy a couple of things. They buy labor power at the bottom, they buy means of production. And, the relationship between imperialism and neoliberalism, as we've talked about, includes a whole number of particular dimensions. At the bottom, imperialism and neoliberalism have been utilized, both historically and contemporaneously, to gain access to labor pools and to create labor power through the mechanisms of primitive accumulation or accumulation through dispossession, in which people are dispossessed of their own means of subsistence, and therefore become available as having only their skins to sell. Militarism in its various guises has been an enormous part of that project over time. At the top, imperialism and neoliberalism clearly have provided access to raw materials, and we're seeing this being played out at the moment in the Venezuela case. Very overtly, John Bolton has said, it would be very good if American companies could develop Venezuelan oil, and all options, of course, are on the table. So here we can see rather clearly the ways in which imperialism and neoliberalism are tied to this capitalist model, but what kind of taken for granted, common sense understanding of the world underlies these activities? What allows this to continue? Why do we continue to support this kind of interventionism around the planet? What I would suggest is that the problematic common sense underlying this is fear. I'm going to talk about this in a number of ways. It underlies and justifies the linkages between capitalism and militarism, and imperialism in its many forms, whether these are colonialism, neocolonialism, latter-day imperialism, economic imperialism, and so forth. But one of the things that underlies and justifies these linkages is fear. The question for us, in terms of social change, is how do we dismantle this underlying common sense of pervasive fear? How do we begin to break this down? First, we must ask the question of how we became, or were induced to become, so fearful. Why are we so afraid as Americans? One point, we talked about this earlier, is Hofstadter's notion of the paranoid style of American politics, which goes back, it underpins the Cold War, it underpins the US position in the world in many ways, it endorses this Manichaean worldview of good versus evil, you're either with us, or you're with the terrorists. There are lots of ways that this gets expressed, but this is part of the American psyche. I want to tell a little bit of a story here to put this in a useful context. So let's look at September 11, 2001, and its aftermath, which is ongoing. What happened on September 11, 2001? Well, there are two stories, with very different interpretations and very different implications. One of these stories served and furthered the interest of the status quo, the other did not. Here's the first 9/11 story. 19 men, by the way, 15 were from Saudi Arabia, 2 from the United Arab Emirates, 1 from Egypt, 1 from Lebanon. Notice any two countries in particular that are not in the list? Afghanistan perhaps, and Iraq. They were armed with box cutters, which were legal at the time to bring onto planes. They boarded the planes with legally purchased tickets, a few of them purchased with credit cards. They hijacked the planes, they crashed 2 into the World Trade Center towers, 1 into the Pentagon, 1 into the ground in Pennsylvania. So what did this take? What was required for this to happen? Some money. Clearly they had to buy the airplane tickets, pay for some flight training. They got a discount because they didn't have to learn how to land. It clearly took some coordination so they could board the planes at approximately the same time and coordinate these impacts. It also required 19 men willing to die for a cause and some people who directed them. Did it take a great deal of sophistication? Vast resources? A global network? Not really, so this clearly couldn't be the dominant story. This is a story. This is one story, one interpretation of what happened. Here's the second story. A widespread network of insane terrorists, coordinated by an evil mastermind, Osama bin Laden. Vast resources. They hate our freedoms, that's why they did it. This is part of their insanity, they had no ulterior motives of any kind. They just hate our freedoms. This vast, well-funded, and coordinated network must be fought everywhere and forever. It's like a new Pearl Harbor, and I highlight that event because I'm going to come back to that formulation in just a minute. But clearly the 9/11 attacks represented a new and existential threat to the homeland. This terminology of homeland, which has a very disreputable history and past, became synonymous with the US in the aftermath of 9/11. But, in any case, this was represented as an existential threat to the homeland. So, was this the dominant story? Absolutely, this is the story that has persisted. Here are a couple of excerpts from a report that John Pilger wrote in the New Statesman after the 9/11 attacks. The threat posed by U.S. terrorism to the security of nations and individuals was outlined in prophetic detail, in a document written more than 2 years ago, and disclosed only recently. What was needed for America to dominate much of humanity and the world's resources was, quote, some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor, described as the opportunity of ages. Time and again September 11th is described as an opportunity. In last April's New Yorker, the investigative reporter Nicholas Lehman wrote that Bush's most senior advisor Condoleezza Rice told him she had called together senior members of the National Security Council and asked them to think about how do you capitalize on these opportunities, which she compared with those of 1945 to 1947, the start of the Cold War. So clearly people were thinking about how to get an event of this sort, and if you recall, one of the comments from Milton Friedman when he was talking about the advent of neoliberalism, was that in moments of crisis, whether naturally occurring or created, the important thing is to have your ideas lying around as the ones to be picked up in the moment of crisis and its aftermath. So here's a moment where crisis, in fact, created enormous opportunity. Once again from Pilger's report, the extremists who have since exploited September 11th come from the era of Ronald Reagan, when far-right groups and think tanks were established to avenge the American defeat in Vietnam. There was something called Vietnam Syndrome, you may recall, that after the defeat in Southeast Asia, the US would never recover its pride. Also, in the 1990s there was a need to justify the denial of a peace dividend. Following the Cold War, you wouldn't want that to happen. Once the Soviet Union fell, and our ostensible principal enemy was no longer capable of sustaining a kind of adversarial relationship, there was the possibility that peace might break out. This was the notion of a possible peace dividend, that it might have been possible to divert funds from the MiC to other societal needs. The war machine clearly wanted to avoid that outcome, so this was the added agenda: we had to find a way to deny the opportunity of a peace dividend following the end of the Cold War. Back to Pilger's report. The project for the new American century was formed along with the American Enterprise Institute, the Hudson Institute, and others that have since merged the ambitions of the Reagan administration with those of the current Bush regime. One of George W. Bush's thinkers is Richard Pearl. I interviewed Pearl when he was advising Reagan, and when he spoke about total war, I mistakenly dismissed him as mad. He recently used the term again in describing America's war on terror. No stages, he said. This is total war. We are fighting a variety of enemies, there are lots of them out there. All this talk about, first we are going to do Afghanistan, then we will do Iraq, this is entirely the wrong way to go about it. If we just let our vision of the world go forth and we embrace it entirely, we don't try to piece together clever diplomacy, but just wage a total war, our children will sing great songs about us years from now. If there are any children left at all, that is. This is still very predominant in the thinking and rhetoric from our leaders. We now have the global war on terror, this is part of the aftermath of 9/11 clearly. Global war on terror, even though it's now been renamed any number of times. I characterize it as the Doritos model of terrorist production. What does that mean? It means, don't worry, we'll make more. This has been one of the principal effects of the global war on terror. First we have the attack on Afghanistan, who you remember was notably absent from the list of perpetrators of 9/11, although it was argued that they were harboring the terrorists. Then, the completely unprovoked attack on Iraq, how was that justified? Constant amplification of fear. You recall WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, as well as the ostensible link or links between Iraq and the events on September 11. Saddam Hussein constantly portrayed as the equivalent of Hitler, he gassed his own people. We have some evidence for that charge because we have the receipts for the gas that we sold him. There were no Al-Qaeda elements in Iraq prior to the attack, but since the invasion there has been proliferation everywhere with constant new forms, ISIS, Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, and on and on and on. So this is now one of the results. So what has this by now taken for granted common-sensical fear enabled? What's been part of the consequence? Attacks on civil rights and liberties, the Patriot Act, which came out immediately after September 11, so you know that it had been written prior to that. We've been trading freedom for security, and I needn't remind you of Benjamin Franklin's comment on that. The expansion of the police state and militarization of policing. We've talked about increases in the military budget, as we've also talked about cuts in the social safety net. Deregulation everywhere, cuts to the State Department, that is the diplomatic approach to problems rather than the militaristic approach to problems. Cuts in foreign aid, which was never a very big part of the budget to begin with, and expansion of military bases everywhere as we mentioned. The pervasive fear has also been used to justify military extensions that are often a rather thin cover for the acquisition of raw materials and the opening of markets. AFRICOM, the African Command, one of the newest divisions of the military, again cover for mineral extraction. Just recently, the announcement of SpaceCom and a resuscitated interest in a space force, with space as the next battleground. So endless fear resulting in cycles of endless war, producing more enemies, producing yet more endless war. The axis of evil recently, and rather seamlessly, morphed into the troika of tyranny. The axis of evil, when we were concentrating on the Middle East, now we're concentrating on Latin America. John Bolton has come up with a new epithet, the troika of tyranny. Other outcomes include the 43,000 Allied troops and police killed in Iraq and Afghanistan, not to mention in the other conflicts that have ensued in Syria, Yemen, and so forth. Hundreds of thousands of contractor and civilian casualties, additional hundreds of thousands wounded. The U.S. has spent over $5.9 trillion on homeland security and multiple wars since 9/11. It's also useful, though somewhat dispiriting, to think about the opportunity costs here, in other words, where else all these resources might have gone. We know the story since then. One questions, how does it possibly continue to play? Why, 18 years after September 11, 2001, are we still living with this fear and these consequences this way? What's the actual threat? Is it invasion? I mean, do people really believe, as the president keeps telling us, that people are going to be coming in from the southern border to take us over? The establishment everywhere of Sharia law. Are we the land of the free? The home of the brave? So we need to see through this myth and break down the fear. That is, if there's going to be a change to this common sense that has taken hold, and we need to be able to break through it. I'll give you a very brief case that might help us break down some of this fear. It's very hard to prove a negative typically, but I came up with a way in this case. Some of you may remember that during the 2013 New Orleans Super Bowl, there were 34 minutes of a power outage. Well, my theory here was that if there really were any kind of terrorist networks, they could have at least stepped up and taken credit for the blackout. Wouldn't have taken anything more than a tweet. And they could have said, yeah, we blacked out the Super Bowl. Well, they didn't do it, so here's the proof of the negative: they don't really exist in the kind of sophisticated, far-flung way that we think they do. But the fear clearly persists, and we need to understand what is it that actually sets it off and sustains it. As one example, a short video produced by Newsy in 2016, titled "American Fear Climbs Despite Drop in Violence," details the ways in which politicians, and quite cynically, exploit and heighten this fear to pursue their own electoral and policy decisions. As another example to amplify this point, there's been an enormous amount of coverage in the last week or so of the declaration of an emergency, to justify building a wall on the southern U.S. border. Here's another emergency declaration with a similar intent of furthering and reinforcing fear of others. Pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, I hereby report that I have issued an executive order, the order declaring a national emergency with respect to the unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States posed by the situation in Venezuela. The order does not target the people of Venezuela but rather is aimed at persons involved in or responsible for the erosion of human rights guarantees, persecution of political opponents. You can see where this may go, especially in light of the inclusion of Venezuela in Bolton's troika of tyranny. Except, this was, in fact, a declaration of emergency, by the previous, Obama, administration, issued in 2015. We see the same kind of hysteria. But when Obama did this, it didn't produce the same kind of reaction as the ones issued by Trump. And this declaration was very much embedded in the whole sanctions regime that had begun prior to the Obama administration, but was used to justify making those sanctions even more stringent. So this promulgation of fear of dangerous others is clearly not confined to one party or another, but is the constantly reinforced, pervasive common sense. Let's go back to this diagram. But now I want to look at the right side of the process and make some ties between imperialism and neoliberalism and things like the circulation process, access to markets. Remember, once a good or service is produced, it has to be sold. So we will also focus on the bottom section, where we will want to think about issues of quality of life, happiness, satisfaction, as defined by the market. The acquisition of more and more things, the effects of income inequality on demand. So again, ties between the capitalist mode of production, and the ways in which we're thinking about some of these effects and outcomes. On this side, one of the things we're concerned about is the quest for infinite growth on a finite planet. With that imperative, the biosphere is now subsumed under the economy. This has to be reversed. That is, the biosphere is now seen in strictly utilitarian terms to be simply a storehouse of resources, or a receptacle for waste. Also under capitalist compulsion, people now serve the economy, rather than the other way around. Development should be about people, not about objects. Development, often seen as synonymous with progress, is equated with growth, measured as GNP or GDP, sometimes per capita. This must be challenged, and we need differential criteria and different metrics for what constitutes development and progress. Right now these are equated. Development doesn't necessarily require growth, development has no limits, growth has limits or should. And this is clearly referring back to the growth/degrowth debate that we read about. All of this is underlain by issues of what constitutes happiness, satisfaction, and quality of life. What do these actually essential elements of life actually depend on? At the moment, under our current capitalist system, and its associated common sense, these aspects are measured by the acquisition of more and more things. But we don't go readily into this mindset, we have to actually be induced or seduced. Global advertising spending in 2014 was $488.48 billion and is projected to grow to $757.44 billion by 2021. So, think about the enormous effort, the enormous, strenuous, and continuous effort to persuade people that things that they merely want are really things that they must have, that they need. And this is the business of marketing and advertising. And as Noam pointed out previously, this completely distorts the notion of the so-called free market in which rational people make rational choices based on real needs. What is all this advertising trying to sell us? I'll just name a couple of things that, even though they were introduced rather recently, they are now so thoroughly, and common-sensibly, a part of our world that we cannot live without them. Computers, quite clearly, are now completely necessary. The first personal computer appeared in 1977, the Apple II, and has become ever more ubiquitous since then. The cell phone, an unadulterated success, no downsides to the cell phone. First call on a mobile phone was made in 1973. The first iPhone was introduced in 2007, just 12 years ago, and it has now become completely indispensable to billions of people. Social media, another good or service without which life would not be worth living. Google was registered in 1997, Facebook became available in 2004, but available to the public only in 2006, the same year that gave us the many benefits of Twitter. But again, I'm naming these just to demonstrate the recency of their development, and the degree to which they've actually taken over our mindset about how the world both does and should operate. The perfect exemplar of taken for granted common sense. So a critical question that arises out of this, might it be possible to define happiness, satisfaction, quality of life differently than we are defining them now? Perhaps not based on the acquisition of more and more things, that is, commodities, which is what the capitalist system is equipped to deliver. The common sense response to that question is that any move away from the present standards of living, measured in numbers of things, constitutes a giant step backward. We're going to be living in the caves in the dark, if we abandon any of these essentials. But in a recent poll that was conducted, actually, by American Express, Americans are increasingly placing greater priority on living a fulfilling life, in which being wealthy is not the most significant factor. In fact, out of some 22 items that people could choose from, being wealthy was number 20 from most of the respondents. So clearly people are trying to think about things somewhat differently. But given the figures I shared with you about advertising and marketing, imagining other possibilities is not easy. Chilean economist Manfred Max Neef developed a notion of how we might think about what constitutes our needs and wants in a different way than simply through commodification. Only one of his categories requires some kind of goods, and I should point out that this category refers to the physical satisfaction of what people need to subsist, that is, basic caloric intake, clothing, shelter, if you're in particular geographic settings. Beyond those subsistence factors, however, there is very little agreement about what these needs might actually mean. But his intention with this exercise was simply to open up a whole set of possibilities for deriving human satisfaction and happiness, without an automatic resort to commodities. Again, this is a way to break through some of this prevailing common sense. Now I want to turn to the third area requiring social change, which is neoliberalism and the problematic common sense underlying neoliberalism, which is that markets know best. I've already talked about some of the problematic effects of neoliberalism: globalization, fictionalization. One is rapidly widening wealth and income inequality. U.S. wealth increased by $8.5 trillion in 2017, with the richest 2% getting about $1.15 trillion. That figure is more than the total cost of Medicaid and the complete safety net, both mandatory and discretionary. The 2017 tax reform will greatly exacerbate this inequality. The big banks did very well in the tax cut. They received $28 billion in extra profits. There are numerous uncertainties for other taxpayers. Many tax filers this year are going to get unpleasant surprises. People who are either expecting a large refund or expecting not to pay, may find something quite different. Another effect of this form of capitalism is the commodification and privatization of everything, including what had been public or common goods and services, nature, governance, and politics. All of this has come under the commodity form. The large-scale production of surplus and disposable populations, which I've talked about previously, in large part, due to the dominance of finance capital. That is, this whole idea of being able to derive profits without producing, so you don't need workers. And if you're not a worker, you can't be a consumer, so therefore you're not really very valuable to the capital system. Another outcome has been continuing economic instability. One example is the 2008 to 2009 crash. The total of the bank bailout has now been estimated at $29 trillion. That's not the typical numbers that you see, but some very reputable economists had done these kinds of calculations. $29 trillion for the bailout. The UN Food and Agricultural Organization estimates that to wipe out global hunger would cost $30 to $60 billion per year, so if we had not spent this on bailing out the banks, we could have eliminated hunger for over 500 years. It's always useful to think about the opportunity costs, the things that we might have spent money on that we didn't. The neoliberal model, we've argued, is failing billions of people around the planet who are wising up. So think about social movements that we talked about last time and the response to them. The material conditions are producing radical shifts in consciousness on both the left and the right. We've talked about this as well, so the rise of so-called populist alt-right movements, when people are in this kind of precarity, they're susceptible to demagoguery, and they're susceptible to saviors who are going to come along and help them out. Because of these effects, the logic of the market is under assault. Many surveys show the rising appeal, especially to younger people, of socialism over capitalism. It's also clear, however, that while market fundamentalism, neoliberalism, and globalization are under assault, they are also being heavily guarded. One place we can see this is within the emerging contours of the 2020 US presidential campaign. This is going to be an unrelenting assault, primarily by Republicans, but also by elite Democrats, on candidates and ideas on the left. The boundaries of debate are being set. I want to conclude with a few lessons from thinking about social change. First, a counter-hegemony, that is, a new common sense, can be mounted and effective, even when the forces of the status quo undertake massive maintenance activities. Despite the asymmetry of material resources available to the contending parties, the opponents of an existing hegemony may prevail by drawing upon resources of representation and ideology. In the ongoing wars of position, counter-hegemonies may finally gain the upper hand by manipulating powerful discourses in ways that resonate with their position rather than their opponents, and that draw out the kernel of good sense from within the shared common sense available to all sides. A second lesson, a counter-hegemony is itself never completely unassailable. The new status quo requires constant reinforcement and maintenance as well if it is to be naturalized and eventually internalized as the new common sense. Third, to achieve even a limited new common sense may take several decades. This is a critical lesson for those seeking change, but again sustaining such efforts and avoiding demoralization and burnout can be greatly bolstered by a focus on the fact that change is both possible and realistic. Fourth, the ways in which shifts in common sense occurred in particular situations are analytically tractable, that is, we can understand them. The tactics, strategies, and lessons from one case might be amenable, with appropriate and specific modification, to many others, in both a diagnostic and a prescriptive sense. In addition, as we as scholars and activists begin to build up a catalogue of these examples, they will serve as an effective counter to the pervasive conception that the status quo is necessary, stable, and unchangeable. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, even in the face of a seemingly unassailable hegemony, discourses and practices can be shifted through conscious effort. Understanding that this is possible, and providing concrete, grounded examples of instances when such shifts have taken place, is a key starting point for progressive change. The struggles that are most certain to be lost are those that are never taken up. The battles that are sure to be lost are the ones that are never taken up. So belief that struggle is futile and that change is impossible is itself paralyzing and debilitating. This is one of the most potent elements in the naturalized common sense. That is, it rules everything in opposition to it as nonsense, quite literally. Demonstrating the fragility of this claim is the first step to change, I would say. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Chomsky Lecture, February 28, 2019. Well, this is my last opportunity to indoctrinate the young and the not so young in this captive audience, so I'll try to run through a series of matters that seem to be important, much too briefly. There's a lot more to say about each one of them, but at least I'll have time for a few words. I'll also be reviewing briefly some of what we've been discussing and filling in gaps from a somewhat different perspective from before: resistance and repression. Let's start by supposing that you're contracting a malignant cancer. There are two ways to handle it. One way is to put it aside, don't disrupt your life, let it grow, and at some later point treat it, maybe using brutal methods because that's the only option. The second alternative would be to prevent it from growing, obviously much more cost-effective. The choice is arising right now in connection with one of the existential crises that pose serious questions of survival: global warming. Among those who agree that it is a growing cancer, two views have emerged, the two just mentioned. The overwhelming consensus of scientists strongly favors the second alternative: prevent it from growing, and quickly, or we are doomed. The first alternative has been advanced by some groups of economists: let the cancer grow, devote resources to more immediate problems, continue to use fossil fuels to grow the economy, leaving it to a richer future society to deal with the global warming issue more effectively. After all, there has been growth for a long time producing a richer society, so why shouldn't it continue? The logic is that of a man falling from a skyscraper who waves to a friend on the 50th floor and says, "It's all fine, just look how many floors I passed with no problems." In a different context, the one we have been discussing in the last few sessions, the same choices constantly face those whom Adam Smith called the masters of mankind. The cancer is the constant struggle of the rabble for more rights and for what dominant elites call excessive democracy. We've run through several examples, beginning with the first modern democratic revolution in mid-17th century England, when the men of best quality were scandalized by the desire of the rascal multitude to be ruled by countrymen like themselves who know the people's sores, not by their betters. A conflict that persists in later years, taking many forms. The problem is rising again. A generation of neoliberal policies has aroused anger, bitterness, resentment, and contempt for established institutions over much of the world. The masters have the usual two choices as to how to deal with the cancer. One is force, the other is prevention. Force would include, for example, the kinds of measures that were shown in the Pentagon film that Marv played a little while ago, or maybe something like a COINTELPRO approach, as we discussed last time. We should recall that the reigning neoliberal doctrines easily tolerate state violence when it protects sound economics. We saw such tolerance, in fact, enthusiasm in the reaction of the founding father of neoliberalism, Ludwig von Mises, to the violent repression of labor and social democracy by the Austrian state and to early fascism generally, and again in the willing acceptance of the Pinochet dictatorship by the leading figures of the movement. If I can again interpolate a personal experience, I learned about neoliberalism from none other than von Mises when I was a grad student and attended a visiting lecture of his, in which he explained why unemployment is the fault of the government. The gist of the argument is simple. Someone who is faced with either starvation or a hazardous job for 10 cents an hour will pick the latter, but is prevented from doing so by evil socialists who control the government and infringe on the liberty of this poor soul by barring such work arrangements. The same argument demonstrates the illegitimacy of efforts to bar child labor, to impose health and safety regulations, and other government infringements on liberty. The ideas trace back to the Mises seminar in Vienna in the 1920s, which attracted the leading lights of what became the neoliberal movement, Friedrich Hayek, Wilhelm Röpke, and others. They also established close links with progressive American intellectuals, like Walter Lippmann. I think I may have mentioned that the term neoliberalism was adopted as the slogan of the movement in 1938 at the Lippmann Colloquium in Paris, indicating how some ideas pretty much extend across the spectrum. In general, as we have discussed, neoliberal doctrine easily tolerates state violence when it protects sound economics from illegitimate interferences. Some of the most extreme interferences are the initiatives of labor unions, which have always been a prime enemy. That's understandable. Unions protect rights of workers, such as the right not to be fired capriciously without notice, or the right to have safe work conditions. Such interferences with the market undermine optimal use of resources. Furthermore, they interfere with the liberty of the employer to maximize profit. Liberty, along with sound economics, is one of the sacred principles of neoliberalism and what's called in the U.S. libertarianism, a departure from traditional usage. Liberty in this sense means the liberty of market actors, the liberty of Jeff Bezos and of the people who are racing around his warehouse, trying to survive. They all should have liberty, and they have no right to interfere with the liberty of others who are adhering to market principles. Optimal use of resources translates into something like this: suppose I have $1 billion and each of you has $1. Then optimal use of resources means that the unhampered market will be producing luxury yachts for me and maybe a small package of French fries for you. And if you organize to try to get something more, like a little ketchup for the fries, maybe even forming a union to do it, then you're undermining markets and interfering with liberty and sound economics. Therefore, the use of violence to prevent these crimes is entirely legitimate, even praiseworthy, and, in fact, principled if you think it through, like the argument against state intervention to create unemployment. There are, of course, diametrically opposed views. For example, the view that I have no use for those regardless of their political party who hold some foolish dream of spinning the clock back to days when unorganized labor was a huddled, almost helpless mass. Only a handful of unreconstructed reactionaries harbor the ugly thought of breaking unions. Only a fool would try to deprive working men and women of the right to join the union of their choice. The wild men in the wings again. In this case, President Dwight Eisenhower. That was conservatism in the 1950s. By the 1980s under Reagan, conservatism had reversed quite radically, not just harboring the ugly thought of breaking unions but proceeding to do it, vigorously, from Reagan's first days, as we've already discussed. Clintonite globalization carried the process further. Clinton's NAFTA, passed over strong labor objection, provided employers with such options as blocking efforts to organize by threatening to transfer to Mexico. The options are widely used, as shown in an important study by labor historian Kate Brenfenbrenner undertaken under NAFTA rules. The tactics are illegal, but when laws are not enforced, that's a mere technicality. The effects of the new economy on working people were described by Fed Chair Alan Greenspan in Senate testimony in 1997. He reported on an extraordinary state of affairs, heightened job insecurity among working people, which explains a significant part of the restraint on, and the consequent muted price inflation. Greenspan told the Senate Budget Committee that workers' insecurity about layoffs had nearly doubled in the last 5 years. Despite rising employment, workers are too intimidated to press for decent wages and benefits. Greenspan's remarks cheered markets, CNN Money reported, very pleased with the healthy labor market he described. Greenspan was celebrated as St. Allen because of his management of the flourishing economy during the Great Moderation until the economy crashed in 2008, leading Greenspan to confess that there were some flaws in his understanding of markets. To his credit, most of those who were euphoric about the wonderful economy, confidently predicting that the triumph of economic theory would last forever, remained silent. After the perpetrators were bailed out by the public, all went back to normal, with a sharp increase in wealth for the wealthy but not others, intensified by public policy, such as Trump's one major legislative achievement, the tax scam of 2017. Unions are not the only enemy of liberty and optimal use of resources. The same is true for all social programs, by the same impeccable logic. You may recall that during the war, Roosevelt issued his 4 freedoms, the values that we were fighting for. One of them was freedom from want. That was bitterly denounced right away by the prominent neoliberal intellectual Wilhelm Röpke, whom I mentioned before, a man who was revered here by leading conservatives William Buckley and Russell Kirk, among others. Röpke ridiculed the outlandish idea of freedom from want. As he put it, it is unlikely that the true liberal will be caught by such glib phrases as the freedom from want by which the essence of liberty is surrendered to collectivism, the ultimate sin. The New Deal measures to improve people's lives, social security, workers' rights, and so on were despised for the same reasons. The attitudes are quite general in principled neoliberal/libertarian circles, and they do adhere to principles of a sort. The general principles are so broadly accepted, at least at some level, that it's barely even noticed. A good example is the attitude toward the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, discussed earlier. Despite the broad acceptance, it's important to make sure that nothing goes wrong. While state violence is an entirely appropriate means under neoliberal principles, prevention is a far better way to treat an incipient cancer. At the end last time I discussed some of the newly developed soft methods of control, surveillance capitalism. There's more to say about that. Marv posted an interesting article on how workplace discipline is being imposed, not just here but in Europe. It's an article in Monthly Review, the one major Marxist journal in the country, which reports that one of the most recent developments is the practice of microchipping employees, placing rice grain-sized radiofrequency identification implants under the skin, a technology developed by the Swedish enterprise Epicenter, most of whose employees now have these microchips implanted. Another company, 3 Square Market, which is based in Wisconsin, also recently microchipped half of its employees at a chip party organized for this purpose. The key advantage of the implant, according to the chief executive of Epicenter, is that it replaces a lot of things you have, other communication devices, whether it be credit cards or keys, as it allows individuals to operate printers, open electronic locks, and purchase snacks from company vending machines, to name a few examples. Because of the device's convenience, 3 Square Market representatives believe that everyone will soon be doing it. At the same time, it is acknowledged that these chips enable management to track employees' every move, from the number and duration of toilet breaks to the purchase of drinks and food from company vending machines. The whole article is worth reading, alongside of Zuboff's, for those who want to have a sense of the working environment being planned by the masters and more generally what is being designed to prevent the cancer of excessive democracy from growing. The major technique of prevention is a much more ancient one, with no high-tech, available to every power group. It's diversion. Try to divert attention away from what's happening, away from the sources of your distress on fundamental issues with an institutional base, like the fact that today's real average wage, Pew Research reports, has about the same purchasing power it did 40 years ago. And what wage gains there have been have mostly flowed to the highest paid tier of workers. Or the fact that the bottom half of Americans combined have a negative net worth, debts greater than assets, while 0.1% have over 20% of the wealth. Better to turn attention to scapegoats, people even more vulnerable than you are, right now immigrants, or black Americans, or whoever's down below you on the totem pole. Make them responsible for your fate. All of this became a very significant matter with the shift in the early 70s from the regimented capitalism of the previous period, which tolerated such subversive ideas as those of Eisenhower, to the sound economics of neoliberalism. The shift causes a problem, more accurately sharpens a persistent problem. It's necessary to figure out ways to keep people from understanding what's happening to them. They see it, of course, in their lives. They can see that there's no growth of wages, that they're losing benefits, that they're intimidated with insecurity. They can see all that, but it's necessary to divert their attention to other matters. If not scapegoats, then to what are called cultural issues. It's revealing to see how this is done. We'll return to it. How are these matters handled within the political system? An intriguing matter. The political party system in the US has been restructured in recent years. As I discussed earlier, the Democrats had been an uneasy coalition between Southern Democrat white supremacists and Northern workers and liberals, two sectors that differed sharply on many central issues, a tricky coalition with plenty of effects. One quite serious effect was that the New Deal measures of the 1930s had to accept significant compromises. They had to be designed to keep out African Americans in order to placate the Southern Democrats, who had a very powerful position. They would regularly be re-elected, so they had tenure and headed important committees, giving them plenty of power. So for example, Social Security was designed to omit the professions that are mostly African American and Hispanic, agricultural and domestic workers. I talked before about federal housing. In New Deal measures, federal housing was designed to impose segregation. There was no federal funding for public housing unless it was officially segregated, right up to the late 60s. These deliberately racist measures gained the votes of staunch liberals, William Douglas and others, who hated the idea but knew that there was no other way to get any funding for public housing. That was the coalition. It broke apart during the civil rights movement. The Northern Democrats supported Lyndon Johnson's civil rights legislation, which meant that they lost the Southern vote. That was recognized by Richard Nixon, who developed his Southern strategy, to capture the South for the Republican Party on the basis of racism and white supremacy. All of this is particularly important for understanding the character of the Republican Party, not the party of Eisenhower or Abraham Lincoln, but the modern Republican Party. The Republicans for some time had been the more business-oriented of the two business parties. In the US we only have business-run parties. There are two of them, one a little more extreme than the other, more dedicated to protecting the minority of the opulent against the majority, in Madison's words. But that orientation of both parties raises problems. If your policies are designed to harm the majority of the population for the benefit of a privileged group, you have a problem. You have to find some way of mobilizing a voting base. The problem has become quite serious during the neoliberal period, as both parties shifted to the right. By the 1970s the Democrats had pretty much abandoned the working class. I guess the last gasp was in 1978, the Humphrey Hawkins Full Employment Act, which was watered down by Carter to have no teeth. That was the end. After that, there were hardly more than gestures to supporting working people, and under Clinton, policies to harm them. That's left an opening for the Republicans. It's a little tricky because they're the class enemy of the working class, so they have to figure out a way to divert their attention from the actual policies and somehow mobilize them as voters. The party's committed to undermining workers' rights. It's interesting to compare Trumpian rhetoric about loving working people with the policies reported almost daily to harm them. It's imperative to divert attention to prevent awareness of what's happening, to keep the cancer in remission. Some of the means, which we've already discussed, are pretty obvious, like the traditional tactic of inspiring fear. And creating scapegoats, like Reagan's rich black women driving in limousines to the welfare offices to steal your hard-earned money, or Muslims imposing Sharia rule on all of us but not here in Arizona. Fortunately, the state legislature protected us by passing a law barring the imminent threat, joining many other states that are awake to the peril. But less transparent means are also needed, and they've been devised. In the 1970s, the leading Republican strategist Paul Weyrich had a brilliant idea for the party platform: pretend to be opposed to abortion. That would attract Northern Catholic workers, a big bloc, and it would also attract evangelicals, a huge part of the population that had not been politically mobilized. Now that's a flag you can wave to tell them to vote for us. Don't vote for those baby killers, vote for us, because we're opposed to abortion. It was a brilliant success. You see it almost every day in the news in one form or other. In the 60s and early 70s, before Weyrich came up with his idea, the Republicans had been committed to reproductive choice. Reagan, when he was governor of California in the 60s, signed one of the most liberal abortion laws in the country, and the same was true in other Republican states. Here, for example, Arizona's Barry Goldwater. Also Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, George H.W. Bush, the first Bush, all strongly pro-choice. That's not the term that was used then, that's anachronistic. In 1972, a Gallup poll found that 68% of Republicans believed abortion to be a private matter between a woman and her doctor. The government should not be involved. That was the Republican Party up until the mid-70s. The party leadership flipped on a dime as soon as the potential for gaining votes and diverting the population was perceived. For Reagan, Trump, and the like, it's no big problem. They scarcely pretended to have principles anyway. It may be a little surprising for the first Bush, H.W. Bush, who was reputed to have had some principles, but apparently they didn't reach very far. This is one of the great illustrations of utter cynicism in modern political history, all totally independent of what you believe about abortion. We posted a very good article about it. Pure cynicism, and worked brilliantly. By now, for the Republican Party it's a litmus test for appointment to the courts, and in public, party leaders have to passionately proclaim this belief. It's proven to be a marvelous technique to drive class issues into the shadows. The people you're shafting at every turn will vote for you because you're pretending to be in favor of banning abortion. Interestingly, the pretended dedication to end abortion is so extreme that the leadership doesn't even care, and commentators rarely point out that their policies are dedicated to increasing abortion furthermore, illegal abortion, the dangerous kind. That follows at once when you cut family planning aid to Planned Parenthood, or much more seriously than that, family planning aid programs in Africa. When you cancel them, what's the effect going to be? It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. So we pretend to be opposed to abortion, but we pursue policies that increase abortions, illegal dangerous abortions. We win the world championship for the baby killing that we scream about. Meanwhile, we get votes and efface class issues, suppressing the fact that we're undermining the working class and the poor. It's a pretty neat trick, one has to give them credit. Let's take another example, gun rights. A live issue here in Arizona, and throughout the country. The history of the gun culture is quite interesting. I'll come back to it directly. Gun rights now are kind of holy writ. To be more accurate, a certain version of gun rights is sacred, the one that was established by the Supreme Court in 2008. The right-wing Roberts Court reversed long-standing precedent and revised the interpretation of the Second Amendment to provide an individual the right to bear arms unrelated to militias. You perhaps remember the wording of the Second Amendment. It's a little ambiguous, so I'll read it: a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. The interpretation up to 2008 was that people have a right to bear arms because of the right of states to establish militias. That was switched in 2008, now it's a sacred right to have a closet full of assault rifles and so on. All of this is, again, now a litmus test for the Republican Party, for election, for appointment, anything, much like abortion. The history of the gun culture is quite interesting, well studied by Pamela Hogg in a recent work. As she shows, the gun culture is a 20th century phenomenon. There was no gun culture in the 19th century. It was then mostly a country of farmers. They had guns, but they were like shovels, a tool. Nothing special about it. But that created a problem. After the Civil War, the big gun manufacturers, Winchester and Remington and the rest, came to realize that they no longer had much of a market. During the Civil War they could produce endlessly and the government would buy it. What happens at the end of the Civil War? Well, farmers still wanted guns, but they didn't want the fancy guns that were being produced by the big gun manufacturers. They just wanted another shovel, the simple gun that they had. So what do? The answer was the first great triumph of the public relations industry, now a huge industry. Working for the gun manufacturers, these pioneers of engineering consent undertook a publicity campaign to try to create a domestic market for guns. The techniques were later copied by the tobacco industry and many others. The principle, as it was described back in the 19th century by the great political economist Thorstein Veblen, was to fabricate wants. If people don't want things, we'll fabricate wants. That'll create a market, we'll trap them. So the PR specialists for the gun companies concocted tales of a Wild West with brave cowboys and sheriffs fast on the draw and all that exciting stuff. I remember as a kid we all believed the tales. And then, with it comes the ad campaign saying your son has to have a Winchester rifle or he's not a real man, and your daughter has to have a pink pistol or she's not protected, and so on. And again, it worked very well, soon followed by the tobacco companies, the Marlboro Man and the rest. The invention of the Wild West became a major part of our lives, creating a gun culture and a great market for sophisticated guns. It was later enhanced by further PR achievements. It was the first great triumph of what became a huge and flourishing industry that now underpins the economy, which relies crucially on consumer spending, much of it for fabricated wants. We might take off for a moment to mention a curious aspect of the enormous PR industry that doesn't receive enough attention. It is radically anti-capitalist. As you learned if you took an introductory economics course, markets are based on informed consumers making rational choices. Then you walk into the streets or turn on the TV and immediately see that you are utterly immersed in efforts to create uninformed consumers who will make irrational choices. That's, after all, the point of the sign advertising something for $2.99, not $3. Or an ad on TV showing a car with a famous athlete or fashionable model looking on in wonder as it performs some amazing feat. In a market economy, the ad would simply present the car's characteristics along with a column from Consumer Reports discussing its positive features and flaws. The picture generalizes to virtually every moment of our lives. Still, we're supposed to worship markets based on informed consumers making rational choices, and to adopt the economic policies based on this theory of how the economy works. That's just common sense. There's no alternative, as Margaret Thatcher famously proclaimed. Let's return to the gun culture and the Second Amendment, and the 2008 court decision that changed its interpretation, conferring an individual the right to bear arms. The decision was written by Justice Antonin Scalia, a highly respected libertarian scholar and the dean of originalism, the doctrine that we should adhere strictly to the texts and what they mean, which of course means what they mean to someone who. Surely the understanding of the Constitution by its authors. We must avoid any liberal revisionism about changing the law to fit the current times and its problems and understanding a curious doctrine, incidentally. Does it really make sense to be bound by the customs and perceptions of the 18th century? But put that aside. Justice Scalia's decision is not that long. Worth reading. You can pick it up on the internet. It does show great scholarship, as we would expect, citing all sorts of obscure documents from the 17th century and so on. There is, however, a curious omission, every reason why the founders included the Second Amendment in the Bill of Rights. Their reasons are not obscure. Let's go back to the 1790s. There were some serious problems. One was that the Brits were out there. The British were the great threat. They had a formidable army and a world-dominant navy. The new republic had almost no army. So suppose the British came again, as, in fact, they did not many years later. Well, you'd better have a well-regulated militia that could be quickly mobilized, which means that people have to have arms, like the Minutemen. That was one reason for the Second Amendment. A second reason was to guard against tyranny. As we saw earlier, there was a real split when the Constitution was established between the Federalists, who wanted a pretty strong central government, and the Anti-Federalists, who were probably the majority of the population and who were afraid it would take away their liberty. They're the ones who wanted what the framers called excessive democracy. They wanted to be able to defend themselves against another King George III. It wasn't a completely idle concern. Thus, Alexander Hamilton, one of the main framers, regarded the British system as the optimal one and thought the US should imitate it, including the House of Lords and a strong executive. Well-regulated state militias would be a defense against such a threat to liberty. That was a second reason for the Second Amendment. There are two further reasons, more fundamental I think. They have to do with why the American Revolution took place. Of course, taxation without representation and all that, but there were much more serious reasons, which we have already discussed. One reason was the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which banned expansion of the colonies to Indian country, intolerable to the colonists, who understood, as their most revered figure George Washington explained, that their inhabitants differed from wolves only in shape and are bound to retire elsewhere as they are replaced by a superior race. To clear those areas of the native scourge, militias would be necessary, though later on the Federal Army took over the job. The fourth reason was Britain's clear moves toward banning slavery, declared explicitly in Lord Manfield's 1772 decision that slavery was so odious that it could not be tolerated in England. That included the American colonies, where practically all of the leading figures were slave owners. With Britain expelled, the threat that slavery might be barred was overcome, but slaves themselves were a truly serious threat. There were slave rebellions going on all over the Caribbean, which was the main center of slavery until the American South replaced it. In some places, like South Carolina, slaves outnumbered the owners, and as slavery became more vicious, surpassing by far its historical precedents, the danger that slaves might not tolerate it became more pressing. That means you really needed guns and militias. These are the essential reasons for the Second Amendment, from the perspective of the founders. All are completely ignored in Scalia's decision. And, interestingly, they appear to be ignored in the substantial legal literature debating his reversal of precedent, which keeps to the issue of individual or collective right to have arms. So much for vaunted originalism. It's also of interest that none of these reasons for the Second Amendment applies by the 20th century, or today. The vacant lands have been conquered and the wolves and Indians expelled, apart from territories reserved for them by the conquerors. Slavery was formally ended 150 years ago, though its bitter consequences remain. The British were under control by the late 19th century, and since World War II have become a junior partner of the US, in the rueful words of the British Foreign Office, and are likely to become a client state if Brexit goes through. That leaves only the idea that guns could be a defense against government tyranny, such sheer fantasy that the only reason for mentioning it is there are sectors of the population that believe it and are heavily arming to protect themselves. That's not an insignificant phenomenon in the age of Trump. But it plainly has nothing to do with defense against tyranny, whatever the beliefs of the men with assault rifles strapped on their backs and others stored away. More like the opposite. In brief, none of the reasons of the founders for the Second Amendment holds today, or has for a long time. Though basically irrelevant to modern life, it's become the 11th commandment, buttressed by a passionate gun culture fabricated by the public relations industry. And it has become a core principle of the Republican Party, a prime mechanism for diverting attention from its assault on the underlying population, recalling Veblen's term. That's quite an achievement. Opposition to abortion and support for the divine right to have an arsenal of assault weapons are two basic planks of the contemporary Republican Party, with an interesting history. They have a plausible rationale as part of the need to maintain a voting base while concealing the fact that policies are designed to undermine those you are seeking to mobilize, a problem that arises for the other business party as well, though in a less extreme form. There is a third plank in the party platform that doesn't have this rationale, at least not transparently, as in the former two cases. But it merits serious attention primarily because of its importance, but also because it provides further insight into the role of high principle in our political life, along with the devotion to originalism and the passionate opposition to the crime of abortion. This plank is far more serious than the other two, and might even turn out to be a death knell for organized human life. I'm referring to the outright denial of climate change, as in the case of the figure who virtually owns the party by now, or marginalization of the issue, as is standard across the board in party circles, seeping down to the voting constituency. We've discussed the facts of the matter. It was not always so, and it is instructive to see how this plank in the program was added to the virtual catechism. A decade ago, Republicans came close to supporting a market-based cap-and-trade plan for greenhouse gas emissions. John McCain ran for president on the Republican ticket in 2008, warning about climate change. Highly influential figures among the masters of mankind were deeply concerned by this serious threat to right thinking and their treasured policies, most prominently the Koch brothers, in particular David Koch, who had worked tirelessly, over decades, to jettison from office any moderate Republicans who proposed to regulate greenhouse gases, as recounted by Christopher Leonard, author of a major in-depth study of the Koch empire and corporate America. Much like liberation theology and other heresies, this one could not be permitted to flourish. The Koch empire went into high gear to cut it off before it could begin its evil work, the proper way to deal with incipient cancer. Leonard describes David Koch as the ultimate denier, whose rejection of anthropogenic global warming was deep and sincere. Let us suspend disbelief about whether his holding them has something to do with the huge profits at stake. Let's accept that the convictions were entirely sincere. That's not impossible. It's not a novel insight that it is easy to come to believe, with utter sincerity, what happens to be convenient to believe. There are many striking historical examples. John Calhoun, the grand ideologist of slavery, was no doubt sincere in believing that the horrifying slave labor camps of the South were the necessary foundation for the higher civilization that the planters had created. I presume that Hitler sincerely believed in the right of a superior race to eliminate the undermentioned and take over their lands, and to cleanse their territories of Jews, Roma, and other undesirables. And it is all too easy to find other examples. The Koch brothers' denialism, however, did not limit itself to just holding these sincere beliefs. They sought to ensure that these convictions would rule the world. In their dedicated pursuit of this goal, they did not limit themselves to employing the very essence of the democratic process, the freedom to persuade and suggest. They launched huge campaigns to ensure that nothing would be done that might impede the exploitation of the fossil fuels on which their fortune rests. They launched a true juggernaut to derail the mild efforts to deal with global warming. With the help of current Vice President Mike Pence and others like him, they were able to cleanse the party of deviants who might not fully toe the line on denialism while twisting the arms of those who remained with public vilification, defunding, and other punishments. The Koch network, Leonard explained, has tried to build a Republican Party in its image, one that not only refuses to consider action on climate change but continues to deny that the problem is real. To safeguard this commitment, no stone was left unturned: organization of networks of rich donors, founding of think tanks to shift the discourse, establishment of one of the largest lobbying groups in the country, creation of fake grassroots organizations to ring doorbells, effectively shaping the Tea Party. The party leadership quickly capitulated, and had no problem with the other goals pursued by the Koch juggernaut along with denialism, such as undermining labor rights, destroying unions, and blocking government policies that might help people, what's called libertarianism in U.S. usage. David Koch's campaign to excise the cancer before it could grow achieved great success. It added another crucial plank to the Republican Party platform. For the time being at least, the effort seems to mobilize the popular voting base, just as the others do. As noted, the achievement reveals again the devotion to high principle in the political life of the country. And in light of the consequences, which I need not review, it counts as one of the gravest crimes of history. Another small fact that seems to pass under the radar. A very important question is, how long can the scam persist? Can the cancer of seeking authentic freedom and rights be contained by the kinds of means just briefly reviewed, or will it metastasize? Will working people, a very broad category, come to realize that their elected representatives are listening to other voices, not theirs? In the past, the organized working class has been at the forefront of social struggles, a long and interesting history that I'm sorry there's no time to talk about. It's been beaten down many times, often by violence, but it may well rise again, as in the past. This is not an idle dream. In the 1920s, the vigorous and militant U.S. labor movement had been virtually destroyed by state corporate repression, often violence. A few years later it rose in new forms and spearheaded the New Deal reforms. To take a more recent precedent, in the early 1970s there was a significant rise in labor militancy, mostly repressed but not entirely. Tony Matsaki and his Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers International, who are right on the front line, facing destruction of the environment every day at work, were the driving force behind the establishment of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, protecting workers on the job. And they went on from there. Matsaki was a harsh critic of capitalism as well as a committed environmentalist. He held that workers should control the plant environment while also taking the lead in combating industrial pollution. As the Democrats abandoned working people, Matsaki began to advocate for a union-based labor party, an initiative that made considerable progress in the 1990s but couldn't survive the decline of the labor movement under severe business government attack, reminiscent of the 1920s. There are in fact some indications of revival, like the teachers' strikes that we discussed earlier. Another is a very important popular campaign for a living wage, which has had some resonance. A related but somewhat more narrow issue has to do with the minimum wage. If you remember Marv's charts a couple of weeks ago, through the period of regimented capitalism the minimum wage tracked productivity. As productivity increased, the minimum wage increased with it. That stops in the mid-70s. While productivity continued to increase, the minimum wage leveled off. If it had continued to track productivity, by now it would be more than $20 an hour. There are efforts to at least partially compensate for this neoliberal achievement. By now many states have some minimum wage legislation, quite an important matter. There's a deeper question than the minimum wage, or the living wage. A topic we're already discussed, along with a look at its history. What about wage labor altogether? Is it legitimate? It's generally accepted that if you sign a contract to submit yourself to slavery, the contract is not legitimate. Then why is a contract to submit yourself to totalitarian rule legitimate? That's what a wage contract is. It says that for most of my waking life I'm going to live under totalitarian rule, in fact rules that no totalitarian state ever comes close to achieving if you consider the degree of control of a person in the workplace, even without the microchipping and all that. That's what wage contract is. Well, going back to Marv's opening comments, that idea dramatically violates common sense today, but that wasn't always true. You may have noticed that our president modestly describes himself as the greatest president in history, but he did grudgingly concede that maybe Abraham Lincoln, the founder of the Republican Party, was of some merit, so we might return to him. As we discussed earlier, Lincoln did have a position on wage labor. He regarded it as the same as slavery except that it was temporary, or supposed to be until the worker could escape it and become a free person again. And recall that that was the position of the Republican Party at the time, and more significantly, of the working class, expressed eloquently in their lively and independent press. The right of self-rule was the common sense of the day. The idea that productive enterprise should be owned by the workforce was pretty common in the 19th century, not just by Karl Marx and the left, but also by classical liberals. So here's John Stuart Mill, the most prominent classical liberal figure of the day, one of the great modern intellectuals. He held that the form of association, which if mankind continue to improve, must be expected to predominate is, the association of the laborers themselves on terms of equality, collectively owning the capital with which they carry on their operations, and working under managers electable and removable by themselves. The concept has solid roots in insights that animated classical liberal thought from its earliest days, John Locke, Adam Smith, and others. It is a short step to link it to control of other institutions and of communities within a framework of free association and federal organization, in the general style of a range of thought that includes much of the anarchist tradition and left anti-Bolshevik Marxism, and also current activist work of the kind we discussed earlier as people seek to gain control over their lives and fate in worker-owned enterprises and cooperatives. We may recall Karl Marx's Old Mole, who continues to burrow under the ground, not far from the surface, and then breaks through when the proper situation arises through activism and engagement. The hope of the future, I think. Capitalism and COVID-19. A concluding coda. As we were wrapping up our most recent offering of the What is Politics course in the first week of March 2020, the contours of the novel coronavirus or COVID-19 were just becoming more widely known. As we are writing now at the end of April 2020, the extent and implications are considerably clearer and quite alarming. Though even at this point there is still great uncertainty about the ultimate effects, duration, or aftermath of the pandemic. In this brief postscript we want to demonstrate that the COVID-19 pandemic currently ravaging the health and economic status of large swaths of the global population emerged predictably out of the kinds of conditions we describe in the rest of the book. Both in terms of the etiology and spread of the pandemic, and in the very uneven response to it, we can see the inexorable workings of the cruel logics of neoliberal, late-stage, globalized capitalism. While much more detail could be included, here we are concerned to highlight those defects in the capitalist political economy that have been most glaringly revealed by the current pandemic. Etiology and spread: an abbreviated timeline of COVID-19. Health professionals and research scientists have been issuing warnings about the likelihood of new and dangerous pandemics for quite some time, here kenning back, for example, to the 1918 Spanish flu, but especially since the advent of more recent outbreaks such as HIV/AIDS, SARS, MERS, and Ebola. Recognition and identification of the new virus actually dates from December of 2019, when doctors in China noticed emerging cases of an unusual pneumonia in Wuhan. Scientists in China sequenced the virus's genome and made it available on January 10, just a month after the December 8 report of the first case of pneumonia-like symptoms from an unknown virus in Wuhan. In contrast, after the SARS outbreak began in late 2002, it took scientists much longer to sequence that coronavirus. It peaked in February 2003 and the complete genome of 29,727 nucleotides wasn't sequenced until that April. Chinese medical teams reported preliminary findings to the World Health Organization on December 31, 2019. The WHO indicated on January 4, 2020, that China had notified it of these unusual cases. The WHO first made a public announcement of the virus on January 5, 3 weeks later, after more knowledge was gathered about the virus and after its spread matched the institutional definition of a public health emergency. The WHO made the appropriate announcement. Further cases were identified in China, Thailand, Japan, and South Korea by January 20, 2020. The actuality of human-to-human transmission was also recognized on January 20, 2020. Wuhan City was shut down by Chinese authorities on January 23, 2020. A WHO committee issued the following advice on January 22, 2020, to countries around the world: it is expected that further international exportation of cases may appear in any country. Thus, all countries should be prepared for containment, including active surveillance, early detection, isolation and case management, contact tracing and prevention of onward spread of 2019 nCoV infection, and to share full data with WHO. The WHO declared a global pandemic on March 11, 2020. Numerous sources have falsely reported that the Chinese government withheld crucial information for 6 days from January 14 to 20. In fact, the Chinese government provided crucial information to the US, the Centers for Disease Control, and the WHO on January 3, and made multiple public statements of what they knew thereafter. It is clear that this information was emerging even as the epidemic was raging and no one knew precisely what was happening. Doctors were working feverishly to contain it and figure out what it was and what to do. A more accurate portrayal of events, even though it was buried in a typical China withheld information story from the Associated Press on April 14, 2020, is, it's uncertain whether it was local officials who failed to report cases or national officials who failed to record them. It's also not clear exactly what officials knew at the time in Wuhan, which only opened back up last week with restrictions after its quarantine. Despite early approbation of Chinese efforts, President Trump, utilizing these numerous dishonest claims, and in an attempt to scapegoat the organization and shift blame from his own mishandling of the crisis, announced his plan to withdraw U.S. support for the WHO on April 14, 2020. In fact, as the Washington Post reports, Trump wants to destroy the WHO, with dire implications far beyond the current pandemic for unknown numbers of people around the globe who rely on the organization for health services for a wide range of diseases. As of late April 2020, the coronavirus has infected more than 2.8 million people worldwide, with more than 200,000 fatalities. Both figures, due to very uneven testing and case reporting, include substantial uncertainties, but are undoubtedly serious underestimates. The eventual toll is impossible to predict. And although statistics in the US are even less reliable than in other major countries, what is clear at this point is that with approximately 4.5% of the world's population, the US has over 25% of the world's fatalities. The response thus far. Beginning in January 2020, after the WHO advisory, countries have adopted varying approaches to dealing with the pandemic. Those who have been most successful began comprehensive testing, contact tracing, quarantines, and shutdowns very early. These measures, when combined with adequate economic and social support, have managed to slow the spread of cases in these countries to the point where medical capacities have not been overwhelmed and lower per capita fatality rates have been achieved. In many other countries, including the US, response has been much slower and haphazard, with consequently much higher rates of infection and death. Capitalist Common Sense and COVID-19. Moments are the elements of profit. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 1, p. 352. To begin, it is crucial to note that much more effective prevention, preparedness, and coping measures have been available or could have been developed in advance of the present pandemic. Because of capitalist logics, and the governance structures they command that prioritize profits over people, such measures have remained out of reach. A recent article in the New York Times Magazine, for example, quotes zoologist and disease ecologist Peter Daszak, "The problem isn't that prevention was impossible. It was very possible. But we didn't do it. Governments thought it was too expensive. Pharmaceutical companies operate for profit." The same article goes on to make clear that contemporary science already has the necessary tools for developing panvirals or vaccines, but then quotes microbiologist Vincent Racaniello, "The real obstacle to making panviral drugs or vaccines has been that no one was willing to pay for their development. For pharmaceutical companies, panviral vaccines are simply a terrible business proposition. Companies have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to develop a shot that people will get once a year at most and not at all in years when no particular disease is ascendant. Panviral drug treatments are unprofitable for similar reasons. For one, the course of treatment is short, usually just a few weeks. For chronic diseases, patients take regimens of pills daily, often for years. This same profits über alles logic, as Racaniello continues, applies to testing. It's a chicken and egg situation. No one is developing drugs for these viruses because there's no way to test for them. And no one is developing tests, because there aren't any drugs to prescribe. It is also then possible to employ this ethos to explain many other elements of the current response. Though there is variation in terms of worldwide reaction, we concentrate here on the US case, as the most extreme version of neoliberal capitalism. It is critical to note, however, that at the moment we are writing, the pandemic has yet to manifest its full ferocity on the most vulnerable segments of the planet's population, especially in Africa and Latin America, areas where lack of preparedness in terms of healthcare professionals and medical supplies is more pronounced and dire than even in the US. It should also be evident that these problems will be drastically exacerbated if the campaign to destroy the WHO succeeds. Over the past 40 years, the US healthcare system has been under continuous assault. Following Ronald Reagan's dictum that government is the problem, massive neoliberal efforts to defund, deregulate, and privatize have produced the most expensive, complicated, and patchworked healthcare apparatus in the developed world, one that still leaves 40 million citizens uninsured and an additional 40 million underinsured. It is also an arrangement that, despite its exorbitant costs, produces some of the poorest health outcomes among advanced countries. For many of those lucky enough to participate in this scheme, health coverage is tied to employment, a precarity now highlighted vividly by the advent of the pandemic. Driven by the same insatiable desire for profit, capital has roamed the globe searching for cheaper labor or raw materials, more lucrative markets, or more desirable regulatory environments. When combined with other neoliberal tenets, such as privatization and just-in-time production regimes, these thousand-mile commodity chains go a long way in explaining the woefully inadequate supplies of masks, test kits, ventilators, hospital beds, and the myriad additional elements necessary for an effective response. Finally, this logic also elucidates the nature and content of the US recovery packages, and the extreme urgency of reopening the economy, no matter the risks to the population. The brief epigram from Marx that opens this section was meant to make clear that sunk costs in means of production cannot sit idle for a moment. Any such disruption is not only profit foregone, but also an actual loss. Thus the desperate need for people to get back to work, and to get the gears of the profit machine back up to speed as quickly as possible. Here it is also worth thinking about the very uneven landscape of governmental prescriptions. While all levels, though to varying extent, have issued stay-at-home guidelines or mandates for non-essential workers, and closures for non-essential businesses, there have been no such shutdown orders issued for financial institutions, large landlords, insurance companies, and the like. Likewise, in the rush to reopen the economy, we have yet to see government mandates requiring employers to provide verifiably safe working conditions for their returning employees. Rather, workers are being asked, as before the pandemic, to risk their own health and safety for the sake of a return to profit-making for those above them. The lopsided recovery legislation passed thus far provides enormous relief for those at the top, and mere crumbs to the public. The first CARES bill allocated $500 billion to large corporations, banks, and other financial institutions, although when leveraged with other resources from the Federal Reserve really amounted to $4.5 trillion at a minimum, and with virtually no oversight or accountability. By contrast, workers were promised a one-time payment of $1,200, plus $500 per child. As Treasury Secretary Nukin indicated, this payment should provide bridge liquidity for 10 weeks, which actually works out to $17 per day, plenty to get by on. The legislation also expanded eligibility for unemployment insurance, as well as increasing weekly unemployment payments by $600. Of course, all of that assumes that the new 26 million claimants can access those benefits. Thus far, state and local agencies have been overwhelmed by demand. These problems will only worsen as resources for those government sectors dry up, and as the federal response to such resource needs remains anemic. Finally, the legislation has included the Paycheck Protection Program to benefit small businesses to be administered by the Small Business Administration. The PPP was initially funded with $350 billion for forgivable loans, and was augmented by an additional $350 billion on April 24, 2020. One final aspect of the PPP is critical: rather than resources going directly to workers, these funds go to employers, who then retain the discretion of whether to keep workers on the payroll, at what levels of employment, and at what rates of pay. This leaves all power in the hands of capitalists, and makes clear that whatever benefits workers might derive in society must come through a relationship of waged labor, if at all. Militarism and COVID-19. The connections between militarism, capitalism, and the pandemic are extensive. The most obvious and immediate are the opportunity costs connected with the bloated U.S. military budget, now topping $750 billion per year. Current expenditures on the National Institutes of Health and the National Science Foundation combined are under $50 billion, approximately 6% of the military budget. As disease ecologist and zoologist Peter Daszak has put it, we don't think twice about the cost of protecting against terrorism. We go out there, we listen to the whispers, we send out the drones, we have a whole array of approaches. We need to start thinking about pandemics the same way. Another important link between militarism and the pandemic works through neo-imperialism and globalized neoliberalism. The US utilizes military means to secure access to strategic and necessary resources, and to deny that access to economic, near-peer competitors, as well as to open markets and provide protection for US firms operating internationally. A concomitant consequence of this far-flung, globalized system is the spread of infection from country to country through traveler contact. In fact, one of the characteristics that distinguishes COVID-19 from its most recent predecessors is just that rapid and extensive geographic spread. Environmental catastrophe and COVID-19. Again, the connections here are numerous, but we highlight only two. The first pertains to the increasing likelihood of pandemics like COVID-19 occurring as mounting appetites for resources push development further and further into previously wild lands. As experts like Daszak have warned, as populations and global travel continued to grow and development increasingly pushed into wild areas, it was almost inevitable that once containable local outbreaks, like SARS or Ebola, could become global disasters. Here Daszak is pointing to the potential calamities awaiting humanity through zoonotic vectors of animal-to-human infection. More frequent and extensive contact between people and wild animals, which has also been put in motion as global warming and the climate crisis put animal populations on the move, set the stage for yet more COVID-19s. The second connection comes through the neoliberal waves of environmental deregulation that have made air, water, and land much more toxic, and have thereby significantly increased susceptibility to effects of coronavirus infections by inducing debilitating pre-existing conditions. These effects, of course, are distributed very unevenly through the population, a fact which helps to explain the substantial and disproportionate rates of infection and fatality in U.S. communities of color. Social movements and COVID-19. Finally, we want to note some of the important linkages between the pandemic and social reactions. On the right, predictably, we see numerous examples of authoritarian regimes around the globe utilizing the pandemic as a cover for repression, added surveillance, and curtailing of civil liberties. In the US, as we write, those most anxious to open up the country and get back to business as usual are stirring up combinations of financial insecurity, boredom, impatience, and distrust of government to provoke flouting of stay-at-home orders, thereby putting the protesters themselves and others at increased risk. Politicians in several U.S. states are both responding to these demands and encouraging them, and are either contemplating or actually opening their states back up prematurely before necessary conditions and safeguards are in place. On the other hand, some very significant social movements, both established and emerging, are working toward positive change. On an international scale, it is possible to identify a number of country-to-country assistance programs. Most notably, Cuba, as has happened many times during past crises, has been sending medical teams and equipment to places that have been hardest hit. China, despite all of the usual US scapegoating and blaming the yellow peril, got a relatively early handle on its own outbreak, and has now been assisting others with personnel and materials, and most crucially, with knowledge gained from its own experience with the pandemic. Similar mutual aid activities are rising spontaneously at smaller scales planet-wide. Additionally, and hopefully of lasting significance beyond the immediate crisis, we see previously powerless segments of the population, now recognized as essential heroes, rising up to demand rights and benefits commensurate with that putative status. Whether from frontline medical workers, people who keep the lights on, the water flowing, the grocery shelves stocked, the buses running, and the garbage collected, demands are emerging for decent pay, safe working conditions, health care, sick and parental leave, and debt relief. Whether and how these demands register in the political system will help shape the post-pandemic landscape. COVID-19 has revealed glaring failures and monstrous brutalities in the current capitalist system. It represents both a crisis and an opportunity. Contests for controlling the narratives around the meaning of this pandemic will be the terrain of struggle for either a new, more humane common sense and society or a return to the status quo ante. The outcome of those contests is uncertain, everything depends on the actions that people take into their own hands. About the authors. Noam Chomsky is Institute Professor in the Department of Linguistics and Philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Laureate Professor of Linguistics and Agnes Nelms Ori Chair in the Program in Environment and Social Justice at the University of Arizona. He is the author of numerous best-selling political works, which have been translated into scores of languages worldwide. Among his books are Who Rules the World, Requiem for the American Dream, and What Kind of Creatures Are We? Haymarket has published 12 of his classic works with new introductions, as well as his books Masters of Mankind, Hopes and Prospects, Interventions, On Palestine, Gaza in Crisis, and Optimism Over Despair. Marv Waterstone is Professor Emeritus in the School of Geography, Development and Environment at the University of Arizona, where he has been a faculty member for more than 30 years. He is the former director of the University of Arizona Graduate Interdisciplinary Program in Comparative Cultural and Literary Studies. His research and teaching focus on the Gramscian notions of hegemony and common sense, and their connections to social justice and progressive social change. His most recent books are Wageless Life, A Manifesto for a Future Beyond Capitalism and Geographic Thought, A Praxis Perspective.